Welcome everybody to another great day of LCK. It's going to be Samsung versus KT Rolster to pop off the night. I'm Other Guy. Tonight with me is Other Guy. Binu, how are you doing tonight?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy to be inside because it is absolutely scorching. And you heard that right. This is not Crumbs. Crumbs couldn't make it. He melted. We are currently picking up his pieces and putting him in a nice little bucket so that we could really rebuild him. Yeah,
we got to pick up the crumbs, if you will, of Crumbs to get them back together. But either way, guys, a fantastic game to start off the night. Two of these teams that are both 11-3 currently and only 2 indicator points away. And these two teams, actually, we were talking about this before, Binu, they got to go up against Longzhu later on in the season as well. So things could definitely get shook up a bit here towards the end.
That's right. They couldn't have picked a more exciting match schedule for this summer split, as Longzhu have to face KT Rolster and Samsung Galaxy in the next 3 or 4 matches. And to make it extra exciting, Samsung Galaxy versus Longzhu Gaming, that's the final match of our regular season. That's match 90. So don't get excited just because we have number 1, 2, 3 playing all tonight. All the playoff picture, the rankings might change in the next few 2 or 3 weeks as well.
Yeah, it's really cool to see all that happening. And to make things even more exciting, tonight is going to be on 7.14. So we got everything here. We got the tanks. We got maybe Maokai coming in, perhaps some Cho'Gath. Thornmail is going to make an appearance, maybe some lethality champions. Haven't really been seeing too many of those, but definitely some big changes coming in tonight. And of course, this is me, Valdez, joined by Binu, filling in tonight for Crumbs. Happy to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Well, definitely going to be a lot of fun. I did receive this sticker I wanted to show you guys. I got this from Kenzie, a Freak of Freaks. I think this is pretty cool. 6 of them here. Mowgli, I think, is that little mouse guy over there. Not really sure about that, but pretty cool sticker that I received. Definitely going to be pretty cool, though. Jumping into game number 1, guys, right away between Samsung and KT. So let's hop into the pick and bans here.
Speaking of the Freak of Freaks, KT coming off with a victory over them just this Sunday. And both these teams, I think, have shown some inconsistency, but we'll have to see if they could really reach perfection after this match. Going for the Tristana ban straight up, Samsung they definitely caught that game because Def was fantastic on that champion.
Yeah, not just Deft on the Tristana, but also taking away Mata's Thresh as well. So already lots of targeted bans coming out on the blue side, as we're wont to see. Also taking away that Galio that is quite strong. And we were talking about Haru coming in here instead of Ambition on the blue side for game number 1 against KT. It makes sense. You want to make sure that you get someone who can play Elise when you are on the blue side, as Ambition doesn't really play it. But as you guys can see, KT did ban it out there for their 3rd ban.
And an early Callista pick for Ruler. I really like the point you made about Haru because they have been somewhat easing him into their summer split. He featured in the last match against MVP and the one before that against BBQ. And if you just look at the totals, Ambition has played about 30 games this split, whereas Haru only played 4, but the Elise so huge.
And look at that Illusion very early on, and that is just really cool. A big flex pick to start already. I mean, we could see that in mid lane, we could see that on top, maybe even in the AD carry position, but it's all going to be a mystery to start off. And he goes on the Nunu too. We've been seeing this, a couple of times over in LCS. Guys, if you're joining us later, this is going to be on 7.14, so we were expecting a lot of changes to come into this one. And there's another one, Maokai back into the meta. These big tanks that are just kind of point and click and have these big game-changing ultimates are coming back in.
Longzhu Khan, who will be playing later on tonight, said this about the 7.14 patch, and he said, it looks like it's more favorable towards tanks, especially when you look at Bramble Vest and all the other changes, and it looks like the rest of the LCK agrees. And Crown on that Cassiopeia, he had a fantastic 2-game series back-to-back against BBQ. I'm not surprised to see him pick that up, as he's been the real somewhat question for Samsung, right? Domestically, a lot of doubts over Crown, especially when you compare that to the incredible spring split he had.
Yeah, I think he was the big MVP of Spring Split. In fact, he had the most MVP points, so definitely coming through. But Cassiopeia, one of his big picks nowadays. He's been practicing it a ton. He had a fantastic series against BBQ, as you were talking about. And another thing is it's great against tanks. So if you're going up against a tank meta, it's definitely good for bringing them down early, especially before they can build those adaptive helms. We're getting a nice little champion spotlight of Nunu, if you guys didn't know what this champion does.
And Talia for pawn makes it so that Lucian's probably not going in the mid lane. I'm still really curious to see if it's going to be Smeb or Deft playing that Lucian. Most likely Deft though, because Deft has such an incredible champion pool.
Yeah, Deft has played a lot of different champions in here. I mean, he's been playing that Tristana, the Kog'Maw, what else? Some Varus, Kalista, obviously, Caitlyn when it's available, never available anymore. But so speaking about other AD carries, Ruler going to be playing Kalista for the first time tonight, so picking that one up in a big matchup up against KT.
That's right. He hasn't played Kalista yet in the tournament, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to play it, right? He has been not spamming it, but he has been trying it out in solo queue, and I'm very excited to see what he could do against the Lucian, I'm assuming here, but the Lucian of Deft. The rest of the band's also targeting the top lane. Cuvée, not a Rumble player, at least this summer split, and I'm not surprised to see it banned, but a Janna for Mata as well.
Yeah, the Janna is really interesting. We saw it actually in 7-13 as well, out of MVP, I believe it was, up against Samsung themselves. So it's definitely one of these picks that just offers some of the best disengaged in the game. It offers a pretty ridiculous shield, the Monsoon, obviously, to push everybody out of the way. It's very anti-engage, and that's kind of the name of the game of 7-14
Haru's
in particular.
got the Rengar. Haru's got the Rengar for himself, and it's kind of a throwback to spring, but...
Yeah, this is getting pretty intense, as we still don't really know where that Maokai is going to go. It looks like it will go up into top, as Haru will be playing the Rengar.
And the first thing that comes to mind when I see the Rengar, probably because of the Duskblade of Drakthar changes, I'm assuming, but Haru has been fantastic on that champion in spring, so no surprise to see him pick it up.
Yeah.
And, you know, we were talking about... We don't have any time to make our points because these picks, they're all over the place.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, but looks like Smeb will be on the Trundle up in top lane. Don't think it will be a Janna Trundle lane. But yeah, another pick that is fantastic against big tanks, right? You take away their tankiness as Trundle, and is a very nice split pusher that Maokai is obviously going to have a lot of trouble dealing with.
So much going on in this picks and bans alone. We have Maokai, we have Rengar coming back, Ruler's first Kalista, we have a Trundle top, a Lucian for Deft, a Nunu. These players definitely showing us that it is indeed 7.14, and they can't wait to take advantage of it.
This is going to be sick. I mean, this is just a totally different game of League of Legends. Like, there's so many new picks that are coming in that are actually meta, and I was very excited to see what Korea was going to bring into this patch, because obviously we can look at NA, we can look at EU, LCS, and we can get kind of an idea, but then it doesn't define the Korean meta just yet. We have to see what they want to go for in terms of picks.
So going over the composition for Samsung, we have Maokai, Rengar, Cassiopeia, Kalista, and Zyra for JJ. That always signature pick for him. He's always been fantastic on that Zyra, whereas KT going with Trundle, Nunu, Talia, Lucian, and Janna.
Definitely something that looks like a troll composition. We already do have one troll in the lineup, so Smeb bringing in a new pick. He had two of his big picks taken away, the Rumble, the Shen, and he's like, hey, tonight, I guess, is the night where I got to bring in something new. So definitely going to be an exciting one, guys. Get out there and tell everybody that this is going on. We got Samsung versus KT, game number 1, starting now. Samsung versus KT, game number 1. It's on patch 7.14, as you can see in the bottom left, and everything has changed. We were talking about Haru coming in for potentially that Elise pick, but it was banned out as we expected, and you were talking a bit about his Rengar play in spring, and I think you're kind of onto something there with the Drakthar changes, that item.
It has to be that, right? I mean, when we just look at the jungle, the champion pools and everything, especially because after their match against the FLICKR Freaks, Spore said, we believe Elise is a top-tier champion. It's a tier 1 champion. Her ganks are so devastating. When I first saw that they put in Haru for the first match, I thought, they're probably really, aware of the Elise as well. They want to take it back, but the Rengar just changes everything, and I can't help but think it has to be the Drakthar. There's no other way.
Yeah, does make sense for the Rengar, and the Rengar makes sense for Haru, so kind of getting our questions answered here. Crown is eating so much damage right from the get-go, but he is Cassiopeia at level 1 with the potion, the corrupting potion, so definitely is going to be just fine.
Also some little aggression, early aggression in the bottom lanes. Core JJ very smartly hiding himself in that upper bush so that he gets some free damage on Tamada as they make their way down.
We're just seeing Crown dealing with this up here, and this definitely looks like something from like another universe of League of Legends. Trundle versus Maokai up in top lane. But this is actually meta, I suppose. We haven't seen too much Trundle across, in other regions as far as I know. But definitely Smeb bringing in this pick. I thought it definitely would become a bit more meta with the tanks becoming more strong, and obviously Trundle getting some small buffs. He can now crunch on some turrets.
ROX Tiger Shy most recently played him, although probably not the game you want to point towards if you want to show off Trundle's skill set. But also I'm really interested in what Score's going to do with this Nunu. When you just look at a Nunu, you just expect such a passive game. He's probably going to buff the AD carry later on, but still he could farm really well and already going into the enemy jungle.
That's another thing that Nunu is great about. He loves to counter jungle, and another thing that he does very well is actually securing objectives with his consume. He loves to just chomp down on the big objectives, and I feel like that's pretty nice when you're going up against a Kalista, which is another one of these picks that definitely is fantastic at taking objectives. It allows KT an opportunity later on in the game to challenge Kalista's Rend.
That's a good point. And Nunu already taking away the Gromp from Haru. I believe he caught a glimpse of him as he just moved down to the mid lane. Also helps when Pawn is pushing so heavily. He's somewhat playing rather risky with his health bar so low, but that's what you have to do when you want your Nunu to go in there and counter jungle and get vision, take things away from the Rengar as well.
Yeah, for sure. Already putting down a ton of wards up in the top side is Score, so really trying to control this jungle as the Nunu. Looks like Pawn is finally going to go back. Not going to stick around. Just going to chill for now. And you can see that Haru actually went back and bought this control ward, so looking to deny some of this vision and potentially go for a bit of counter jungling himself.
I can't help but think, but Score is so comfortable right now. He put that ward in just now, and they know where Haru is. Again, he saw the trinket ward going down, so they know that Haru is in the top side, but there's nothing for him. There's nothing for that kitty to eat.
And he's going to stick around mid right now, actually. Just waiting. He did put down that control ward earlier on. This would be a nice start, but Pawn, he does have his cleanse and his flash. Would be down to Pawn getting over-aggressive and sticking into Miasma for them to really secure a kill. So.
Exactly.
Gonna get another ward denied here. And Haru, I mean, we were talking about it before, there's not much for him to do right now. He's still looking for that kill. Finally, he's gonna rotate out of that lane. Meanwhile, Score was just sitting up in top lane, kind of looking for a gank to help out against Kive, but nothing really happened.
Already with the control ward of his own and some extra vision so that he could keep track of this Rengar at all times, I can't help but feel like Score knows exactly what he's doing with this Nunu. And I know it's a pretty obvious statement though, because it is Samson versus KT, right? The preparations that went into this match, as these teams are both 2 and 3 right now, must be intense.
Okay, trying to punish this engaged Score. He's not really that tanky just yet. Will be forced to flash this wall to get out of harm's way.
Decisive flash, and I still like this for KT because they did get to mess with the Raptors. They did get to put in that deep ward, so nothing really changes. They know exactly where Rengar is. I mean, Score did blow his flash, but things should be okay from here, I believe.
Ooh, Crown, he's getting little bit frisky there, getting knocked actually into the turret. Look at how low he is right now. He's popping those stacks of his corrupting potion, but still with the splash is pawn. Thankfully, he doesn't have too much mana, so he can't really make a play happen. Crown is going to stick around.
You know, we mentioned this briefly in the picks and bans, but there has been a lot of, you know, domestic doubts over Crown's form, if I may say so. His inconsistency, especially when compared to Spring, because just looking at his most recent series against MVP, it just wasn't a good day for Crown. He just didn't look like anything like the Samsung mid laner we know. And I think if we were to just pick the most obvious, you know, defeat condition for Samsung, it would have to be Crown's form.
Yeah, definitely look towards him. I mean, Samsung hasn't been looking strong in general as a team. Easy to say after they did lose to MVP, one of the lowest ranked teams in LCK currently. Oh, we got a fight going on. Crown, he's going for it. He's got a flash forward. There's the first blood. He actually makes it happen, and so much for him. He gets a solo kill in the mid lane.
It's that Cassiopeia against DBQ. I'm really glad he picked it up, and I think that's going to be his key to, you know, bringing himself back, proving to the world that, you know, I'm still Crown. You know, don't sleep on my Spring Split, because I could bring it back anytime.
Yeah. Form is temporary, class is permanent. Yeah. Said by a very famous StarCraft 2 player, actually, back in the day. But definitely very relevant, as Crown seems to have found comfort on this Cassiopeia. We'll see if maybe it gets banned out as KT enters blue side for game 2. Wouldn't be too out of this world.
That solo kill was actually huge for this game, especially because he got it with a tier and a catalyst. You know, that's going to relieve so much pressure from the mid lane, and I think that's why Pawn is opting to perhaps go into the bottom lane. He wants to make something happen with this roams, but again, Haru this time on top of everything that's going on in this bottom side, and Samsung might be able to get a lot of dragon control off of this.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. They definitely still going up against this Nunu, so they have to be careful. It is a Mountain Drake to start, which is going to be really nice for both of these teams. They can secure objectives really easily already, but having that Mountain Drake will make it even easier. So it will be pretty nice to see who can pick that up. It's pretty cool to see Cuvee going on to Maokai, by the way. We were talking about this before the games. He's played so much Kled and so much Camille. He loves these split-pushing top laners, but tonight he says, no, Maokai's too strong. I got to do what's best for my team, and he takes one for the team, literally, by picking up the Maokai. Not the most fun top laner, or interesting, perhaps. I mean, he's kind of just a point-and-click engager, and his strength is back from what he had in Spring when Maokai was basically the main pick we always used to see in the top lane. And it's cool to see him back.
That's right, and when we checked this morning, we did see him playing Rumble, playing Maokai and solo queue, but, you know, this was Korea, so I never expected him to actually bring it out. Maokai also being played by a lot of jungle players as well in the, you know, jungle position, but KT's score going for early Mountain Drake.
Yeah, and the Nunu can do that extremely fast, but you can see the immediate rotation here out of the side of Samsung, just threatening. Immediately, the bot lane moves up towards the Mountain Drake, and Haru just sprints towards that Drake and says, no, you can't take that. So.
And score backs off. For a moment, I really liked the, you know, angles for KT, because I felt like Spawn might just put down the wall and, you know, Nunu might be able to secure the, you know, dragon, but not enough damage, I suppose, and their bottom lane was getting pushed in.
Yeah, Smeb, he's been pretty consistent coming in here and placing that ward, trying to spot Haru where he can. That's actually 2 wards deep in the blue side jungle. So we'll have a lot of information about where he can potentially be. And as you can see, Haru's actually down towards the Krugs right now, so not heading up top at all.
I think KT has somewhat of, you know, I think they regained somewhat of a read on where Haru is and Haru's position, because that solo kill in the mid lane did so much in terms of just kind of popping that pressure balloon that KT had been pressing down onto Samsung. You can see by the way he played too, his score putting down a control ward right next to his blue buff, and somewhat, studiously farming his Gromp, but now he's out there. He knows where Haru is, and he's going to take this Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, this was a team effort. They're playing around their Nunu so well. They're trying to get that deep vision around the objectives and then go for the objectives. And just kind of the 1-2 punch, get vision and then go straight for the Rift Herald. You can see Haru was kind of just out in the lane, down towards there, and now he's moved towards mid. So they're looking for the solo kill. The miasma is not going to hit, but the flash is down. Nunu's here, but the damage is still there. Haru, he's going to flash away, and it doesn't look like Score can pick up the kill. So a nice setup by Samsung to get that kill under the turret.
Samsung Galaxy repaying the Rift Herald with the kill of their own, and both these teams showing such high League of Legends play, transitioning that into a Mountain Drake immediately. I was so impressed with the way KT somewhat restored their vision line, restored the information they had to take that Rift Herald for free, but then Samsung says, no, we're not going to let you just take that. We're going to invest maybe a little bit risky, but invest our ultimates and getting that kill into the mid lane and take this Mountain Drake for ourselves.
That's really fantastic what they were able to set up. Score had no opportunity to even challenge that without the mid laner of Pawn, no wall, and no damage. So we're getting a replay here of how exactly he went down. This is the power of Rengar. He's back. You guys haven't seen him in a while, and they did that right before Pawn's flash got up. If he was able to flash back towards Nunu and then Nunu just channel his ult, that would have been a much harder kill to pull off and probably wouldn't have gone through. So really good timing as well by Samsung.
We're reaching about 13 minutes into the game, and the story of this game is so directly opposite of what I really expected to happen. Samsung really going for the aggressive Rengar, using the tools they have at their disposal to dive the mid laner, and Pawn, 2 deaths already. He's not having a good game, whereas Crown is getting ahead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you were talking about Crown having a little bit of trouble nowadays, but historically, Pawn has also had a bit of trouble, has been inconsistent at times, and I think it's showing a bit here in this game. Kiva, he's trying to stop this tower, but he's now going 1v3. Will flash away, and even the pillar will not get him back in there, so at least KT able to use that Rift Herald and pick up the first blood turret in the top lane.
For a moment there, I thought Cuvée made a mistake by underestimating the Rift Herald damage, but you could tell the decision to stay there in front of 3 members was because Crown's Cassiopeia was moving up, and KT knew as well they get out of there immediately.
Because of that big rotation up into the top side, already with the pushing advantage in this lane, it looks like Samsung wants to make a play towards this bottom lane turret, getting it extremely low, but not quite able to kill it just yet. And if you'll notice, Crown and Haru making a rotation over here. There's not too much vision, but it seems like they know where the Samsung players are.
They have to. They're not seeing anything on the left side of the map, and really, why would Samsung go back there? So it's kind of a common sense decision, I feel. KT with the right read. They decide to back off, give up the outer bottom lane turret. But again, this game going such a different decision as I expected it to.
Yeah. Crown really having a fantastic start on the Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, one of these later game picks that can be extremely scary. I was talking about objective control, and I talked mainly about Kalista, but you think about blue buff Cassiopeia with a Mountain Drake, she's just going to be shredding through those objectives. It's going to be pretty ridiculous. But just having that damage as well, the Stalia is going to be relatively absent in terms of damage for her team, so they're going to be relying mainly on Deft. And basically, the rest of their team is going to be just trying to protect him because Nunu doesn't really have damage. Smeb, he's going to be split pushing. I mean, it's a Trundle. He's not going to be joining these fights all too much. And so, definitely worried about the damage side here for KT. Hold that thought, though, as looks like CoreJJ just being a little bit funny there. Although the wall is coming out, they're going for CoreJJ. He just flashes and gets out to safety.
Looked like they wanted a bit more, but that's the end of that engage or a skirmish, I suppose. But I like what you said about, the focus on Deft. Janna already has the Ardent Sensor. They have the Nunu, so, if Deft ever wanted a game where it could really take over, these are the conditions, right? But I'm just wondering if they could ever make it to that point because this is such a fast-paced game right now.
Okay, we got another dive coming down the route onto Score. He's pretty tanky already. Look at how much magic resist he's picked up with the Merc Treads and then all magic mantles. So definitely trying to stay alive against the damage of this Cassiopeia and the Zyra.
Samsung Galaxy using their early damage, the threat of just killing people off using the Rengar in the jungle to get these early turrets. They already got the bottom outer and they're threatening the mid outer as well. And that longsword probably turning into a Duskblade. I really want to see it. I really want to see it in action for Haru's Rengar as well, because Haru's been so crucial into making all this early, advantage happen for Samsung so far.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see it coming through. Definitely one of the stronger items, and when you're going up against a Nunu who's always trying to control objectives and control vision around the map, it's also very good to clear out that vision with that kind of item. So definitely fits Haru's game plan this time against this Nunu.
And as a support player, I'm actually kind of embarrassed I missed this, but Mata, no Sightstone yet. He went straight into that sensor. You could tell he really wants Deft to take over right now.
Yeah, I mean, it does mean that they're lacking some vision, especially around the bottom side, but outside of that, as you said, just they're putting all their eggs in one basket, basically. Can Deft do enough damage in these team fights? And they've got Smeb as kind of like the secondary objective. Can he push hard enough to really divert the attention of Samsung? Because you can see Cuvée, he's not really staying in lane. He's only going back there to clear out the creeps. And eventually, once this Trundle gets kind of out of hand, he's going to be split pushing like mad. So something to worry about for sure for Samsung.
Now Mata picks up the Sightstone. I do have to say it's not a full solo queue mentality decision, I feel, because they do have the Nunu who could provide additional damage. But the wall coming down again, and is anything gonna happen? Not yet, it seems.
Oh, Deft gets picked. Okay, Deft, that's the one person, right? They caught him, but he does get out in time, just barely, as the follow-up wasn't quite there. Crown wasn't in position to do enough damage just yet, so.
He was all right. He had the Janna shield, and Mata held on to his Monsoon. Unless there was a, total lapse of mind, I feel like Deft could have been able to make it out regardless. And KT looking like they want to try for this Mountain Drake now, but they are giving up the top lane turret.
Yeah, you can see Ruler, he's just recalling. Core JJ is recalling too. Core, he doesn't have any summoners, and he doesn't have his ultimate ability anymore. They blew it all on Deft, who only blew his heal and still has his flash. So they don't feel comfortable in taking that team fight just yet. It's kind of an interesting decision. I feel like, especially when you're going up against this Nunu and Pawn is so underfed, it might be a good idea to take that kind of fight, but I suppose they're just waiting for later on in the game. They're just comfortable giving away that Mountain Drake for more gold on their side.
I think it really stays true to their domestic reputation. Samsung known as the by-the-book team, the no-nonsense team. We just play good, fundamental League of Legends, and when you're in that position where the Zyra doesn't have an ultimate, the Rengar doesn't have an ultimate, but your Maokai in the top lane, he could take that free turret. So Samsung says, okay, you could have a Mountain Drake. We'll just take the free turret and see what happens next time.
It's very good for their position in this map as well, because they've taken out all the tier 1 turrets. They've pushed that in. They should be able to get a lot of vision around all the sides of the Rift, especially around Baron, as it is about to spawn. You can see a couple of control wards around there already.
Now Samsung looking like they want to be in position for the spawning Baron. Not necessarily take it, but they do want the early vision because the Mountain Drake just went down. There's not a lot of reason to be in the bottom lane right now. And, just looking at this game 20 minutes in, there's only been 2 kills, but the pace, again, has been extremely quick. It feels like so many things have happened so far.
Yeah, it's definitely Samsung trying to use their early lead to get as many picks as possible and get as far ahead as possible to snowball their later game damage. But they definitely have an opportunity to go for this Baron. You were talking about the Mountain Drake, and we've been talking about, objective taking for both of these compositions all game. So Ruler getting extremely low, though, as he tanks the majority of that Baron, and it looks like they will not have an opportunity to do this, as the teleport was coming in the wall as well. So not able to pick up that Baron, and at the same time, Smeb gets the bottom turret.
I was about to say, Ruler started the Baron. He got tapped about 3 times, lost almost all his health, and that was just very questionable, but good decision in backing off, and we'll see what else they can make happen as they're clearing more vision. So Samsung's team's invested in this Baron, but this time Smeb split pushing the bottom lane. He might be able to take it down to half health. And
Trundle is just so annoying for Maokai. I mean, what do you do as Maokai?
is he gonna take
What do you,
it?
what do you do against this? Smeb, he's tanky enough that it doesn't matter. And then as Trundle, you can just steal the tankiness and say, hey, okay, you want to fight? Let's go. 1v1, Smeb is going to crush Cuvée, and he's so far ahead as well. So here we go. They're going to try to start this Baron once again as KT isn't really in position, and they do have a ton of damage. Blue buff for the crown. The teleport coming in. Smeb also not having teleport. This is a very fantastic time to do it. There it goes. The spike coming in, actually. Not even the Ren. So Score trying to flash in and go for an ult. Not sure about that one as he gets taken out, but here's Def. Able to take out one in the back. Gets Scored in as well. Down goes Ruler. And now they're all on the run, so Samsung able to take this Baron, but Deft coming in from behind. Cuvée just trying to get out of here and just hit that plant, but he can't do it. He is going to eventually go down. He's extremely tanky, but Deft able to pick up the kill. So at least KT able to pick up 3 on their way out.
Well, that fight went along with the game plan of KT as Deft is able to pick up 2 kills for himself. I was a little bit skeptical when they went for the Baron because Haru...
Okay, goodbye. Pawn stayed a little bit too long, forgetting that he's playing against the Rengar.
Both teams pedal to the metal. Haru picks up the kill and KT picks up the outer mid lane turret. And the point I wanted to make about the Baron was Haru, he's going for all this damage. There's the Dust Blade, by the way, but he wasn't tanky enough to secure the Baron, and I feel like that played such a crucial part in this replay we're about to see. Haru chunked out so hard that he just wants to stay out of this.
That Nunu play, though, was pretty hilarious. It did slow everybody, and he is kind of just like Suicide Nunu. And yeah, did net them 3 kills. It's pretty funny to see Cuvée struggling to hit this plant. But eventually does go down here. But yeah, Samsung, they keep the Baron buff, and they will have a pretty formidable push going with this one. They're going to force Trundle to stick around. He can't really be split pushing during this time period. And in fact, actually, Pawn is bottom lane right now, so just pushing that one out. Haru, though, yeah, he gets a little bit caught out, but nice support there from CoreJJ.
I think my favorite part about this game so far is that the strengths and weaknesses of these champions and these compositions are so well defined. Haru can't take the Baron very well, but he goes back, he runs straight back after the teamfight had ended and picks up a kill for himself, you know, using that burst damage and the Dust Blade. And as we head to the late game, I guess it's obvious to say that the focus is on Def, but it looks like Cuvée wants to engage here.
Cuvée, he's not alone. He does have CoreJJ as well as Ruler coming from the right side, as well as Crown, actually. But the wall is going to come down. They're going to counter-engage. Look at him get bursted. Score like he doesn't even exist. Look at Pawn! He just disappears again! Haru, that's the second time he's done that. What a play. And now the rest of KT, they don't have their Nunu, who's kind of just useless. So just basically a buff bot for Deft at this point. But then once they get Pawn, it's lights out. They have to disengage.
Mata playing that Janna as well is such an easy target for that Rengar assassination. Doesn't have to be, you know, Pawn every time. You lose one piece and Deft is not as effective as KT hopes him to be. Samsung takes the inner mid lane turret and looks like they're about to threaten the inhibitor as well.
Yeah, they should be able to get at least this turret. Pawn still 5 seconds on him. Doesn't look like they'll commit any further, though. They're pushing this lead as much as possible. They're going to use the last of that Baron buff to pick up some more turrets and some more gold. And now they'll get that consolation prize as well of just the Cloud Dig. But let's take another look at this fight.
Cuvée again and again twisted advance into the middle of the team, and I think it's so important to recognize. Well, first of all, let's watch Pawn get deleted. But there's so many new champions, new picks that we haven't seen in this game that, you know, when I watch Cuvée going in like that, a part of me just thinks, well, that's just reckless. But then he doesn't die. he stays alive through everything, and it just somewhat straightforwardly turns into a great engage for Samsung.
Yeah, I mean, it's the combination as well of the Maokai and the Zyra. If you can just land your ult or any of your CC that you have in your kit, it's such an easy follow-up for Zyra to just make you stand still for the majority of the fight until you die. Not to mention, you know, a lot of other picks. You got Fate's Call, you got even the Cassiopeia ultimate, if you can land it. So lots of burst damage and lots of engage potential and CC out of the side of Samsung, and they're doing it quite well. I love how Kive was just brave in the face of danger and allowed that to happen.
Great Nature's Grasp as well, the Maokai ultimate getting almost everybody. I feel like KT was somewhat startled by that as well. Maokai keeps coming in, and maybe they thought they could take him. Haru forced to use the Rengar ultimate to run away.
Yeah, the wall did come down and force him to flash as well, so that means that he won't have that crazy assassin potential unless Pawn is around a brush or, you know, around an ulting Rengar, but they're going to have to wait a little bit for those cooldowns to come up for that. And man, Haru, he's really proving that what we were talking about before was correct. Like, this guy, you know, he has that Elise potential compared to the Ambition, but I think they definitely had this Rengar pick planned, and man, he's 3-0, and he is fed as hell. Any of these squishy targets could die immediately in just one combo from this Rengar, and you always have to respect that.
Samsung now brute forcing their way into the mid lane inhibitor as well. Again, I think it's a move after they saw how extended Smeb was pushing that bottom lane. I'm not sure if they could actually take it, though. Maybe Kume might just push it advance again and force the fight. Ruler actually opting to, you know, trade some blows with depth. And looks like this inhibitor might go down.
It's just a couple of auto attacks away.
It's so close, yeah.
You can see how low depth is, too. It's kind of just a desperate hold. They're just waiting, and okay, there you go. QSS is burned, but this is going to buy so much time to take out the inhibitor, and that's what Samsung wants. They don't necessarily want the fight, but, I mean, we saw this in spring. It's been kind of the theme of 2017 is these giant tanks. When you push on inhibitors, you just go deep, and then you go for it. And oh boy, KT not really respecting this, and they're going to go straight for Smeb here. There comes the Stranglethorns coming out into all that CC. He is extremely tanky, and he's stealing Maokai's tankiness. He doesn't die! What the hell? And now they're going to turn this off to Kyuvey, who's also extremely tanky and gets away. League of Tanks, boys, we're here. It's 2017 summer, patch 7.14. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Weaver's Wall trying to cut off the retreat, but Samsung not too bothered by it. We're seeing everything in this game. We're seeing, you know, high amounts of burst damage to Rengar, the Duskblade. We're seeing Maokai not dying.
Just like, doing Maokai things.
It's as if every prediction about 7.14 just came true.
Yeah.
And turned into this, you know, wonky game as Samsung goes back to the Baron.
Look at how fast they take this out. I mean, Crown is just ripping this Baron apart. Kive, he's all alone. He's distracting the rest of the team. Even if he goes down, this is going to be fantastic for Samsung. And KT, they can't even chase him. So another Baron taken by Samsung, this time with 0 deaths. And I have to say, KT, kind of a bad position right now.
Great job by Kyuvey marking score so that he can't even get close to the pit. You know, if we had a Defender of the Year award, he definitely deserves that one.
We get to see this again. Fortunately, no kills. Nice Fate's Call into Root there. Good teamwork. And this, it's like, this doesn't make sense. How does he not die? All the shields, all the heals.
Now it's Kyuvey's time to not die.
Yeah.
And there it is. Tank's not dying.
Yeah, just 7-14 things. So now with the Baron, Samsung, they will make another play down here towards the bottom lane. And I have to say, I haven't been really impressed by this Nunu pick. He was shut down very early by the team of Samsung. He wasn't able to take any objectives outside of the Rift Herald. And that just got them one turret. I mean, we've seen the effectiveness of Rift Herald. It's not a game-breaking objective. It's just a way to get ahead. But with the multiple mid-lane dives that Samsung had and taking that early Mountain Drake into controlling the Baron side before KT could even get over there has really just accelerated them towards this mid-game, towards getting that first Baron. And now this is kind of what you expect out of a late-game Nunu, not really doing all too much from behind. So Smeb, he's going to get shut down again here, but You can see that they're not going to commit to the kill because they know they can't kill him because it's Trundle.
I like the use of Rengar ultimate by Haru. He just pops it. He's not, I don't even think he wanted to go in the first place. He just wants to apply the pressure so that they get the free inhibitor, and they're about to back off, maybe pick up a dragon, but their sight's possibly on the top lane inhibitor as well, trying to make it 3 out of 3.
Well, they got 20 seconds until this Infernal Drake, so they'll pick that up first, as you were talking about. And it's weird. You were talking about Rengar and just using that ultimate to zone, and with the Maokai, this feels so much like spring, especially with this combination. It's uncanny. Obviously, you got a bunch of other picks in the mix, but definitely pretty cool to see the retro comp, if you will, from Samsung.
Infernal Drake goes over to Samsung, and now they have a 6.5-ish K gold lead. And like you said, I'm just so impressed by Haru here. You know, all I could think about was at least, and for him to bring me such a delightful surprise of Rengar and the Duskblade and making it look like spring, like you said, turning back the clock, and it almost makes you think, because Samsung has been using Haru in their previous 2 matches as well. What if they actually, like, they planned this all along? They saw 7.14, they read the Duskblade changes, and they said, you know, Haru, I think this is a good time for you to make your comeback. Go play your Rengar, go have fun.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the inconsistency of Ambition falling to really strong jungles. When you're going up against Score, one of the strongest and most experienced jungles in LCK, I would actually trust Haru. It's funny to say, as Ambition himself is a veteran, but in this patch, in this time period, I would actually trust Haru personally. So look at that. They try to go for a pick, KT, but it doesn't work out. And meanwhile, you got that Maokai ultimate coming in. Pawn just loses half of his health. Haru gets out of there. Score, again, kind of just useless. Up in the front, not doing much. And KT just slowly falling one by one. Samsung, it looks like they're in a fantastic position to take game number 1. Core JJ not able to get that engaged, but it doesn't really matter as everybody on KT is so low. And it looks like in about 33 minutes, Samsung going to take the dominating game number 1 victory.
You could see the mid lane play and why they had to do it, but in the end, Samsung's so far ahead. It felt like these 2 teams had a very specific idea, a very clear idea about what they wanted to do this first game of 7.14, and it was essentially just a battle of theory, and Samsung came out on top.
They definitely did. I feel like they had a much better draft. I think it was much easier for them, especially on the blue side. I'm very curious to see what KT will bring in terms of bans for blue side for game 2, because you think about the Maokai, that's extremely scary. They didn't really have an option or any answer to the Maokai. But then you think about Rengar for Haru, you got to take away that pick, right? But what about the super comfort pick of Cassiopeia for Crown? And what about Core JJ and his Zyra? Not to mention a top-tier ADC in Callista. Basically, every pick that Samsung brought in was extremely, oppressive for Samsung against KT, and they have a lot of thinking as they go into game 2.
You know, this statement was basically true for whoever loses this first set, but I bet KT right now, they're really hoping that the break wasn't 15 minutes. They're probably hoping for about 15 hours, 15 days maybe.
Yeah, they need some more scrim time before they go into this one.
I mean, they're not even going to leave the booth. They're going into review right away, and let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game.
So Pawn, he just doesn't have any mana. He overstays and he just underestimates the amount of damage that Crown can do with the mana that he had left. It doesn't matter how low he is. And here they just pick on him again.
I think the Rengar damage, this was a real big, first surprise. I don't think KT expected that type of damage to come out of the Rengar, and after that it was just a snowball.
Yeah, you could see Nunu trying to be relevant in 2017. We'll see if he makes his way back. I doubt it. Did help out in the fight, but I think this was just because Samsung went for kind of a risky Baron, a somewhat risky Baron. You know, they had so much damage and objective taking potential, but at the same time, KT was right down their throats as the follow-up came in.
Deathwood is one moment there, but after that it was the Samsung show again and again. I really would have liked to see the repeated twisted advances here, but at least we get this. Haru deleting Pawn.
Pawn actually ate the Nature's Grasp, the ultimate of Maokai, instead of Deft, and he walked in front of it. He ate it, and he's like, okay, I'll protect my ADC, but then he just got wrecked in the mid lane, so got to be careful about that kitty. He's stalking you from the jungle.
Well, again, I can't help but think it's the picks, right? We had about 5 or 6 totally new picks in the tournament, and these players, sometimes, you know, they're professional players, but even they might get a little bit confused, maybe miscalculate, not, you know, expect exactly what could happen. And this final team fight is, when you see Ruler flashing forward, you know it's over.
Well, here we go. Going to take a look at the result. I would have to agree with you. I think Samsung heavily won that pick ban phase, and it's going to look a lot different coming into game number 2. You'll see that Deft, he had a lot of damage. They were focusing around him. They were trying to make this, you know, protect the Lucian comp work with the split pushing of Trundle and the support damage of Talia, but didn't really work out as they got too far behind with a couple of botched team fights.
Again, the philosophy I feel was true. It was solid. Deft's 22.1k damage. That's not just Deft. That's the Nunu and the Ardent Sensor from Janna coming in, but just Samsung with the better idea. Samsung with the better read, the better, you know, theory coming into this game and how they wanted to approach it on this new patch. Of course, Crown having a great game on Cassiopeia as well. I think that makes it 3 games back-to-back. Well, discounting the MVP series, but
yeah.
Looks like
We'll
Cassiopeia.
try to forget that series ever happened, but
Cassiopeia looking like one of these important picks for Crown.
Yeah, as I said, lots of picks to try to take away from Samsung going into game number 2. But before we go into game number 2, we will go to a quick commercial break. We'll see you then. If you're here to watch Samsung versus KT, you're in the right place. We're here at the Nexon Arena. Samsung able to take a very dominant game number 1 in about 33 minutes, getting so many comfort picks, bringing it back to spring, and looking quite good, Bina.
You say comfort picks, but I say all kinds of craziness. Crown gets the MVP for that Cassiopeia, really keeping that BBQ-inspired streak going. It all started off with the solo kill onto Pawn, and Crown telling everybody that I'm fine. What MVP game? That never happened.
Yeah. And we were debating who would be the MVP. We were thinking about, you know, maybe Haru, but Crown definitely did have that solo kill, set up a bunch of kills further on in the game, so did quite well on the Cassiopeia. Should be very happy with that game. Wouldn't be surprised to see a band away from him in game number 2.
Well, speaking of bans, there's so many crazy things that happen. Just going down the list, we saw Rengar, Maokai, and on the side of KT, Trundle and Janna, so I have no idea what to expect from these bans. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, I think Samsung, they're going to be holed into kind of the red side bans, right? You know, the Caitlyn, the Elise, obviously, the Zac, but Crown, he's got to wake up before we get into game 2, so we're just going to wait on this.
Looking a little stressed, but, you know, I think there's no shame in his game, especially from that first set. Want to see more of that Cassiopeia or anything else he could bring, really, because that Samsung game plan was fantastic. It was a pleasure to watch.
Call Crown, he's crying.
No, he's probably just, you know, tired from practicing endlessly.
Yeah, he just looks like he's got a bit of stress going on, as you were talking about. So kept his eyes open for the entire 30 minutes of game number 1. We'll hope that he gets some time to blink in game number 2 as we hop into pick and bans for that game.
KT with the first ban, they are thinking about it for a while. And it's Maokai. No more Maokai for Cuvée. No more of that undying, you know, tankiness. Although I have to imagine Cuvée has other tanks up his sleeve.
Yeah, but Maokai definitely is the very oppressive pickup in the top lane and in the jungle nowadays.
The Rengar ban following suit.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. Want to take that away from Haru. What will be ban number 3?
Well, you said Cassiopeia.
Could be that, but there's other big picks, you know. If you don't want to play Kalista, maybe you ban that.
Cassiopeia.
There's still Galio available, but they decide to go with taking away Crown's Cassiopeia. Looking at the Samsung booth, they don't look all that perturbed. They're just like, okay, we got other picks up our sleeve. That's no problem.
Well, again, judging from the importance of this match, a Thresh ban against Mata.
Oh, I don't know about that. They're leaving Elise to score. They're just going to take the Kalista, though. Okay. Feeling good about that one. But that means that Haru will pick up that Elise immediately. So they ban out his Rengar, but then you give away his Elise? I don't know. I don't know about that.
It's a great takeaway pick from Score, and I think KT just really wants Steph to take over this game. Maybe he was great in scrims leading up to tonight's match, but a Kalista for Deft, I'm not against it. And a Tristana going on the way of Ruler as well. Ruler basically playing everything he hadn't played up to now tonight. Playing that Kalista in game 1, and now he's about to take the Tristana. I mean, unless, you know, it's something totally crazy and this Tristana is going somewhere else.
Strongman Smeb. Song Smeb. That must be his last name.
Smeb Song, yes.
Yeah. First name obviously being Smeb.
First name Smeb. Last name Song.
Yeah. So we're just going to pick up the Gragas. I mean, this has been a big pick for all jungles across LCK, so not very surprising that he will pick that up. One of the big engaged jungles.
Great comfort pick for him, and another comfort pick, should I say, for Pawn. He's played it about 8 times this season, or split rather, and then Lucian mid. It has to be mid, right? That has to be Crown, because Crown, not a big Galio player.
Yeah, it still can be flexed up into the top lane, but when you're going up against the Galio, I think definitely the Lucian is a good idea. So could, for sure, be for Crown. We'll just have to wait and see, though.
we see the Rumble ban coming back from Samsung Galaxy, really giving Smeb the respect on that pick because much like Crown not playing a lot of Galio, Cuvee not playing a lot of Rumble himself. Definitely a ban that makes sense, but we'll have to see what KT responds it, and it's to Alistar against Core JJ.
Well, Tristana Alistar is very oppressive in the bottom lane. You just want to take that away, and it's one of the big engage tanky supports that's available. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Braum ban as well because, you know, when in this meta with all of these tanks, you want to take away those options away from the bottom lane when you already don't have too many tanks on your side.
Like you said, Samsung Galaxy, they just continue to focus the top lane, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that support ban coming out as the last one from KT. Although,
really thinking hard about this one, they're deciding to ban the support Kennen instead, and I can't really fault that at all. Definitely one of these huge supports that loves to just go all in on you and stun 4 members, and it's fantastic with the Tristana and the Lucian, so do like that idea. They do pick up the Jarvan for the top lane.
It's almost like a 6th ban because they ban 2 top laners in the 2nd ban phase and then take the Jarvan away from Smeb, whereas Mata looking like he's going to take the Rakan. And while KT made those support bans, I don't think it's going to phase Core JJ that much. He still has the Braum, he still has the Zyra, and he still has what I think is his most confident pick in the Tahm Kench.
Definitely could be an option. As you can see, only more engage being picked up for KT, and with Shen as the final pick, it's going to be a Protect the Callista pick with all of the engage you can possibly fit onto one team. And we saw this in 7-13. We saw this tanky meta. It's fantastic. And look at that, the counter Taric. I love it. So cool. If he can time his ultimate to stop this engage, the amount of damage that Samsung has on their side, that was the one problem we saw against this huge tanky lineup, was that the other team didn't have enough damage to break through it. But if you have that damage and you have Taric to keep your team alive at the same time, I do like this draft here for Samsung.
And not the first time Taric has been played in the LCK. I actually think recently it was a game between the ROX Tigers where Shai played Jarvan and Ever8 winners. They had the Taric, and every time the ROX Tigers would engage, Ever8 would just use the Taric ultimate, ignore all the damage, and just finish off the fight in their favor. But the Taric definitely a surprise. I don't think a lot of people expected that one, whereas Smeb taking the Shen after all those top lane bans and denials. This Shen probably, the most reasonable choice, I think, because Shen is 5-0 on Smeb, or Smeb is 5-0 on Shen, rather.
He's a Rumble and Shen guy nowadays. I mean, he plays it so often with a smattering of other picks, but definitely 2 of his bigger picks. Taric also got buffed slightly in 7-14. I mean, his heals for more, costs less mana, so that's pretty cool. Also, looks like his stun is a little bit easier to get down, especially later games, so that's also nice as well. No changes to his ultimate or anything like that. But we're just getting one final look at the compositions here. Lots of damage on the side of Samsung with that Taric and Jarvan to protect and to attack.
He protect and he also attack. Definitely somewhat of a more standard game this time around, but we'll have to see what happens as we get into game number 2 between KT Rolster and Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, so let's jump onto the Rift right now. Here we go, game number 2, KT Rolster versus Samsung. KT on the blue side this time around. That is one fabulous Taric.
Well, he's there to save lives. That's why he has all those lifeguards. And
what about the hair, though? That's like...
I wish I had hair like that.
Why does he need a giant hammer to save lives again?
It's not a hammer. It's a loudspeaker.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. All right.
Baywatch,
Haven't seen that skin all too much.
If your AD carry's feeding, he could turn it on and yell in his ear, "Stop doing that!"
Report Tristana. I repeat, report Tristana. Well, we are going to have a pretty gigantic leash here for Score. He's going to gets started off very quickly, whereas Haru on this Elise will start at the blue buff as well.
I have to admit,
Look at that.
first impressions wise, I feel a lot better for Samsung. Haru gets to deny the Elise from score, and KT's team composition just feels a bit too much like the first game where they just put all their damage into depth.
Yeah, they're relying on depth, and we've seen them do this before. You know, he's played Tristana, he's played Kog'Maw, he knows how to play these hyper carries, and they just have ridiculous amounts of engage. So there's going to be a lot of pressure here onto CoreJJ to keep his team alive. Small little engage down in the bottom lane as Mata gets a nice grand entrance, but heal is forced to be burned for Ruler.
Probably not that big of a deal depending on how you look at it, since Tarek does have the heal, so they should be able to sustain as they gain more levels, but depends on if Score wants to take advantage of that. Haru jumping over the wall and taking the Scuttle Crab for himself.
Yeah, using a smite there for that, but that's going to be okay. At least not too slow on that. And look at this. He's, instead of going for the Raptors, he's going immediately up top. And there were pings on those Raptors. I think KT thinks he's there. So here we go. Need a flag and drag into a cocoon. Smeb, he's so far up in the lane. How do you get out of this one? The teleport's going to come in, but I think he might still go down. Red buff being put down. Oh boy, Juve actually getting a little too much damage. Pawn is going to eat that turret shot. And this is getting really dicey up in the top lane. It looks like Score's going to make his way over, and Samsung will respect that. And so they will, okay, they're going to face check the brush. So Haru is going to flash too.
Gets the flash out of Haru, and such a, like you said, dicey moment between these two teams as all these champions are low level. They take a lot of damage right now. But I just have to applaud Smeb for that decisiveness, that discipline to keep in lane, go the opposite direction, and just call for the teleport from Pawn.
Yeah.
Great save.
I realized later, actually, that the flag and drag wasn't available, I think, because Kive must have had his shield skilled, and so that just means that he couldn't go for the combo. And you can see, if he did have that combo, Haru could have flashed the minions and set up that cocoon and gotten first blood, but because they did not have that combination, and Smeb very smartly knew that, just hid around behind the minions and waited for that teleport you were talking about, he's able to get ahead in that situation.
And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, much like the last game, we do have a first Mountain Drake, but this time KT the ones pressuring Samsung at the turret, and maybe a kill.
Oh, the Ignite coming down here, and the Reds, first blood. What a play there from the bottom lane. We only got to see the last half of that, but must have been some kind of grand entrance and Ruler not getting out in time, even burning his flash, but still dying.
So many summoners burned right there. Deft only picking up, retaining his heal, but Samsung Galaxy using everything. No doubt, KT realized that, they burned that early heal and they had the kill pressure onto that lane, and they made the most of it.
Yeah, so we were talking about putting all their eggs in one basket, into the Deft basket. I think, it's working out so far, as him and Mata in the bottom lane, definitely one of the strongest bottom lanes to deal with in the entire world. And Deft just shoring up some of those inconsistencies he's had. He's looked very confident in recent games, so let's see how this went down.
Yep, you called it exactly, the grand entrance into the Kalista follow-up.
And you can dodge the Tarek stun as Kalista so easily. I mean, you just hop around it. You're like, okay, yeah, lol, Tarek, what are you doing? Just sitting there healing your Tristana, that's about it. But yeah, not really respecting the range of the grand entrance, and he got hit by it, so that's really on Ruler there.
Looking so carefree as he makes it happen too, but I just want to point out, in the previous game, KT's Pawn got killed in lane, and usually when you're looking at these teams and looking at the caliber of these teams, you expect something really, somewhat of a master stroke, if I may say so. But a lot of these first kills, these early action is coming from just mistakes in lane, much like the death of Ruler right there.
Yeah, they don't have an extremely fed Crown, not just yet. He actually does have a very big lead, though, in the mid lane, as Pawn did burn his his teleport to save Smeb up in the top lane. But here we go. We do have a rotation down there trying to engage, but scores coming in. There's the grand entrance with the Stand United. Shen's going to get involved here, and Core JJ, he's all alone. They can't save him. That's going to be another kill going over to Deft.
Excellent set play from KT, and I really hope we get the replay starting from the moment where Crown's Lucian makes his way to the bottom lane, because KT saw the whole thing with their wards, and they let him come in. They put in Mata. They used the Shen ultimate to make what was, you know, if you think about it, the most obvious play that could have happened.
Yeah, I mean, he came on down. I think he might have walked over a ward, and it was just telegraphed from minutes before that he was making his way down. Easy counter engage there from KT, and I said I liked Samsung's composition, but you're not going to like any composition when you're miles behind, so they're really going to have to somehow make it through the laning phase first, as KT is off to a fantastic start. 61 CS to 40 and 2 kills over to the side of Deft in the bottom lane.
Now swapping Smeb and Pawn so that the Galio is pushing up top and Shen is farming against the Lucian in the mid lane. I like this because, you know, what does Galio do? He pushes. And this should be a lot of extra pressure that Samsung did not want onto their top lane tier, you know, outer turret. Now that the bottom lane has been demolished and they already received enough pressure in the bottom lane for Samsung, they're going to turn their sights to the top lane, try to make it even across all lanes.
Yeah, we just get another look at the replay here, as it was a really nice engage once again by Mata. Knew he had the Shen to follow up with the support, and Core JJ, no flash, no way to get out of that. He was pretty much just boned from that point on, so
like you said,
just accept it.
Like you said, they knew Lucian was on his way down as soon as he stepped into that mid lane brush, and he saw him. He was spotted again by the control ward into the bottom lane entrance on the river. So KT, pretty omniscient there, if I may get a little biblical.
Well, it's going to be up to Crown really to carry his team from here on out. He has had a pretty untouched laning phase, and he is just farming as much as possible, the most in the game currently. Can definitely become a very strong Lucian with a lot of support in the late game. They just got to get this Taric past the laning phase and into the late game, because you can see even with the buffs having a really rough time dealing with one of the current strongest bottom lanes in the game in Kalista Rakan. So can't really blame them all too much. You know, a couple of mistakes getting caught by the grand entrance, but it's extremely hard to deal with these two picks.
And speaking of farm, you know, Crown may have the most farm in the game, but I feel like the biggest difference right now coming in between, oh, hold that thought, is Smeb. Oh, he goes for the taunt.
Yeah, the taunt comes in, and Kive respecting it enough to even flash. As, well, Shen, he doesn't just protect, he actually does attack as well.
We'll just finish off that thought. Kalista up a lot of CS over the Tristana, and Tristana being a late game pick, I feel like the AD carry troubles. Oh, KT's coming back for the...
Okay, the flash taunt in here, but where's the rest of KT? They're a little bit late to the party. It doesn't seem like it's going to matter. Smeb, he is going to survive at the end of it all, and an easy cast to push away Hara, but here comes Crown. Does still have the culling and everything, but here comes Mata as well, so just tapping him saying, hey, get away from my big gargoyle. And another kill does go over to KT in the top lane.
Again, one team makes a move and the other team responds appropriately, as you could see Haru almost could have turned that one around. He stopped the heroic entrance from Pawn using a Leaf Cocoon, but still too much damage, and Cuvée does fall in the end.
You can see the early Bramble Vest picked up here by Galio. He's not really going to be in danger of dying to Illusion at this point, so it's just Crown doing Crown things and farming until 40 minutes. Hopefully his team gets there, but as I said before, they're really going to be relying on that Lucian as we get later on in this game. As Ruler, he's still level 6. And he's way behind in farm, and the Tristana, who already has trouble in the mid lane, or rather in the mid game, getting this far behind early on, it's just going to extend that timer for the Tristana to get strong.
Exactly, and this time KT's plan working almost flawlessly up to this point. Deft is ahead, he's farming, he's gotten 2 kills for himself, and again, this is a Kalista. It's not exactly, you know, the pick that we saw in the last game, but I would feel a lot more happier with Deft on Kalista as we take a look at this replay.
Yeah, just easy cleanup. It was a nice idea by Kive to get the Cataclysm down underneath the turret, and it almost killed Smeb, but not quite. And just zoning out the Elise at the same time was Pawn, so definitely a team effort to make that one happen. Already with all this pressure up in the top lane, they do rotate Deft and Mata up here, and Kive can't really do much. Fate's Call comes out, the grand entrance, here comes Score, and that is going to be a dead Jarvan. Down he will go, the Rend, and that is a 3-0 Kalista at 12 minutes into the game. Deft is going to be so fed in this one.
You know, that last kill onto Kive, you could say that he had his support coming in there just a little bit late, but that one, I can't help but say that that's just a straight-up mistake by Kive. Not really thinking about the possibility of the Gragas being there and giving up another kill to Deft, who is now 3-0.
And when you got 2 of these top-level teams in LCK, literally, in the standings, it does make sense that it probably will go to a 2-1, but hold that thought, we got the Stand United. Crown now in a bit of a bad spot here. The Galio coming in, and the Taric ultimate does get off, so KT actually respects that and doesn't try to follow up on that engage.
No one near Pawn, so he basically canceled that himself. I think both teams understood that there, unless it was, you know, a very clear-cut chance for a kill, there wasn't much to get done in this area. Might as well fight over the Rift Herald or the Mountain Drake, something bigger that could really snowball their advantages. Although Samsung Galaxy going for that Mountain Drake immediately.
Yeah, interesting that they get away with this one. A lot of stuff used to try to catch Crown and recalls needed across the board on the side of KT. So Samsung taking this timing, taking the opportunity to pick up a nice streak for them.
Somewhat reminiscent of the previous game as well, as we saw, you know, Samsung Galaxy as they lost the first Drake and Deft going on to Kive. Oh, he wants more.
Blade of the Rune King too. Kive, there's so many red stacks. Look at that. Will he burn down from the red? No. The Corrupting Pot keeps him alive. That was incredibly close. That could have been kill number 4 for this Kalista.
So close. And Deft just doing this all with a smile on his face, looking so casual as he does it. Just chunking down the top laner, almost getting a kill, and now just smacking down the mid lane turret in Crown's face, although, so close. If that stun had landed, maybe, but Deft's still ahead, and he's the type of player that could do this. When you give Deft the lead, we saw this in the last game that he had against FLICKR Freaks.
Yeah.
Game 1 and 3, he had the Tristana, he was flashing forward, rocket jumping forward as soon as he had charges on his static Shiv, and he's still here.
He's so confident, almost overconfident at times, but when you give him a pick like Kalista and such a gigantic front line, just like we saw out of the Tristana, he becomes so hard to deal with, especially when he's 3-0. And I wonder what will be the response out of Samsung. Eventually, this Kalista will pick up a QSS. We've been seeing it almost, it's like maybe half the time it's been second item in recent times as well. And you could easily deal with the Taric, with the Elise, with that QSS. And once he picks up that item, it's going to be very hard to track this Kalista down.
So Score going in onto Lucian with the Shen ultimate, and again here we see, oh no, I was wrong. Haru interrupts the heroic entrance again. Really great awareness by him to stop the Galio 2 times out of 2 so far.
The heroic shutdown.
Yeah, I was wondering why we were seeing a replay of that because nothing happened, but that was definitely worth watching. Haru showing his awareness. And again going for that stun. This time Deft respects it and flashes out. I think he was expecting Crown to, you know, flash forward and try to complete the stun so that he could get the kill.
Yeah, just high level of respect. He knows what happens if he gets stunned, and it's death. And he can't afford to die right now, so I do like that play. Does make sense in the moment. But that doesn't mean that his flash is going to be down for quite a while. So if Samsung ever had a chance in this game, it's going to be now. When Deft doesn't have QSS, when he doesn't have flash, he's only got heal and a big front line. But if they can get back to the back line, if they get on top of Deft, they can easily clean up the rest of KT. So got to take out that damage.
I fully agree with you. They need to swat this Kalista out of the sky before she actually takes off beyond, you know, a level where Samsung could catch up. Because, you know, think about tempo and think about what they could do to get ahead in this game. Samsung really needed this Elise and Lucian to make things happen, but they're 0-0-0, and all their other members are struggling. You know, you might not expect the Tristana to take over the game early, but still, you want some kind of leverage, you want some kind of cushion to make it at least easier for yourself, right?
Yeah, for sure, and they got to make something happen. Now is their time to shine. It wasn't that time when KT was pushing the mid lane, as that was very hard to set up, and it looks like they're going to try to go for the split pusher here in Smeb, but will make it out of there with the Rift Herald buff, that Rift Herald empowered recall, if you will.
Smeb with the correct read. I think he used his Smebby sense to...
Smebby sense.
Yeah, Spider-Man.
Interesting.
Spebby.
Uh-huh.
To get out of there. And returns to the top lane to face that wave that Jarvan has been pushing in. So more farm for Smeb, always a good thing, as both the Dragon and the Baron is not spawning for about 2 minutes. I think teams are just gonna, well, KT mainly is just gonna try to get some deep vision and prepare for this Baron as it spawns.
Yeah, they don't have the Mountain Drake, which is kind of annoying for them, but they do have Kalista, which means that they can take this down pretty nicely. Just have Blade of the Rune King and the Rend, obviously. So again, even just another thing to rely on Deft for. And okay, big flash on in here. They get onto Ruler, and the Taric ultimate is popped. But look at Elise in the back. They're trying to save her. The Repel comes down. Nice Cataclysm as he does trap everybody, but where's that damage? Not going to be enough. Look at how much Deft does to that front line. As they try to dive into the back, they try to get onto one of these members, but they just get eaten alive by this Kalista.
Talk about a Taric ult. It just didn't work that time. Haru went in too deep on Elise, and Deft just ripped him apart. We'll have to see the replay on that, but I think Taric enveloped about 4 members, except for Elise, who was getting hit by Deft. That's the one you want to protect, right? That's the damage. That's the damage you want to ignore. But Deft, all the time in the world to go ham on that Kalista, and he just gets further and further ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this game is all but over at this point. The Kalista is getting way too out of hand. What is he, 5-0 now? Yes, now he's picked up the Runic Hurricane and the QSS with those Berserker Greaves. He's going to be hitting like a truck. And not much you can do with Samsung. They're struggling to build up any kind of tankiness. Basically, no one on their side is tanky at all. And they're just relying on the Taric ult, as you were talking about, to keep them alive and have that amount of time to get on top of Deft. But as his flash comes up and as he has QSS after going 5-0, I think this is going to be the big moment for KT to take this game. We do have a pause. Not sure exactly what's going on, but we'll just have to hope it's not a skin issue anymore.
19 minutes in the game, somebody realizes, oh, I didn't want to play this skin.
Ruler's like, this Tristana skin sucks. Can I switch?
Never again. Never again.
The camera's on Score, so maybe it's because of him. But again, we'll just have to wait on this one. But KT definitely looking a lot stronger in game number 1, as they didn't have as rough of a draft on the blue side, and they were able to pick up that Kalista very early on, and they're using that to great form here in the game.
Now, looks like the problem was with Score. Yep, we're right back into the game. Just to announce the issue, Score touched the microphone volume by mistake, and, you know, you have to adjust those. The staff, rather, has to adjust those, so quick pause. It happens.
Yeah. Not a big deal. No skin issue, no monitor issue, no chair issue, nothing crazy. And So that is going to be a Mountain Drake going over to KT as we enter this game once again. And, well, I feel like KT is in a position where they can just going into the Mountain, or rather the Baron over here, and taking that out, as there is a nice bit of vision for Samsung around the red side, so at least they do have position in the jungle for now, and they do have vision of this Baron.
But with regards to this Baron, I feel like KT is so far ahead, just looking at the gold lead, but also Smeb going down to the bottom lane as well, and he's a Shen. You know, he doesn't need to be near the Baron, so they're already ahead. They have great vision around the red side jungle of Samsung Galaxy, and Smeb could always come in with Stand United or a teleport. So many things going right for this Baron. It's almost like it's meant to be. All KT has to do is go over and just claim it for themselves.
Yeah. Again, they do have, Samsung does have an opportunity to still come back in this one. It's a rough run. It's definitely very hard to pull off, but it's basically catch that Kalista. We'll see if they can actually do it. Reminds me of the bunny from Super Mario 64 that just runs around the hallways that you could never catch. That's deft on the Kalista right now.
Maybe that could be the next big mobile game from Riot. You know, we had Blitzcrank's Poro Showdown, was it? The next one could be Catch the Kalista, where Kalista just runs around and you just have to click on it really fast.
Perhaps in the future. Not a bad idea.
And KT, we're seeing more of this. We're going to go all up in your jungle, all up in your grill, steal your Grom, steal your Raptor, steal your girl.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to take down Tristana and Elise if possible. Mata is getting really frisky here. Still has that Stand United, so he knows that he's safe.
Oh, Haru's gone.
I mean, Haru just getting caught there, not respecting it. This happens all the time from these teams that are behind in that exact position, actually, where the support baits you into thinking that he's going to get caught. And especially when they have a Shen on the side, that is a huge mistake for sure on the side of Haru. And I mean, Samsung was already behind, but now they don't have a jungler, so I think you just got to let this one go.
Immediate Baron attempt by KT, because, I mean, at this point, if you don't go for the Baron, you're doing it wrong. And I agree 100% with you, especially, you know, looking like the support gets picked off, but turns into an advantage for KT. Let's look at it again. Again, Mata. He could have died, but no. He knows everybody's behind him. He knows he has the heroic entrance. He knows he has the Kalista ultimate. So, free jungler, free Baron. Yeah. And this is exactly what happened against the FLICKR Freaks as well.
Exactly.
This is why the domestic, media, domestic, casters and analysts call KT the pedal to the metal team, because they love pressuring all three lanes at once and getting all up in your face, all up in your jungle.
Yeah, Mata loves to ward that brush and say, "Come at me, jungler." And Haru, all he had to do is burst Mata, and just back off. Cocoon him, do your combo QW, and then just walk away. Don't go in and try to kill him before KT responds, because they're all staring at him, no doubt, and that's exactly what happened. So, we got Baron on the side of KT, and they're looking to push here. That top tier 2 has gone down, but you can see they can try to push onto the inhibitor, send Shen bot, keep Galio in mid, and just pull off a 3-1-1, as it seems here on the map.
Going for that omnipresent push, as always, is KT's signature move, I believe. Or, as I would call it, KT's signature move.
Well, it's definitely the move that they have available to them with this composition,
of course,
right?
Yeah.
The Shen down in the bottom lane can easily split push against that Jarvan, and just needs to get out of range if he wants to go for the Stand United. And you're going for a play here. Oh man, Haru, he gets charmed up. Another mistake, just running straight into the Rakan. Definitely not what you want. Mata still has his flash too, so could definitely see another engage like that in about 60, 80 seconds once he gets his ult up again. So that's going to be the turret. Turret number 1, I should say. Inhibitor turret number 1 as they move in towards the mid lane. They don't have an Elise anymore, and they're looking to take down all of the inhibitors that they potentially can in this base.
As soon as the first inhibitor goes down, Smeb moves up from the bottom lane, carries or escorts that mid lane into the mid lane inhibitor, and now they get 2. So bottom inner still remaining, but Def little bit of trouble, but
he's like, do you really want to fight me right now? Do you really want to fight me right now? Tarek doesn't even have his ult. That was their one opportunity to win a fight, and they go for it, and obviously it does not work. So down goes the rest of Samsung. A triple kill for Deft, as he is now 8-0, and that, with that play, KT is just going to end this one. 12-0. At least Samsung was able to get one Dragon, so it's not a perfect game. But that's going to be it. Down goes the Nexus here, and we're all tied up between KT and Samsung as KT takes game number 2.
The Lucian couldn't do it, but the Kalista could. Def ripping Samsung Galaxy apart. Literally, in fact.
Oh, yeah.
Every time he used a Ren, somebody's dead. And he just keeps rending again and again.
So I just remember the pick ban phase where I was like, I can't believe that Elise threw. They picked Kalista, what the hell? It all makes sense to me now. But on a more serious note, they did destroy in the laning phase. And part of that is that Tara pick did not really work well into that lane, as we saw. I think they're going to have to rethink that pick. We were, you know, me and Bina were definitely thinking about the Braum pick, potentially. May have been a better choice into that lane.
Well, I think the story of this match is somewhat like the last one in that clear-cut weaknesses, clear-cut strengths, right? Haru, he was fantastic on the Rengar, but he takes the Elise, and Elise, a very strong champion, excellent ganking, but not the type of, you know, raw aggression, like beast mode aggression that we see from the Spring Split Haru that we, you know, just saw in the first set, and he looked rather incapable. So I'm wondering, maybe Samsung, do they want to put an ambition? Because we're going to set 3, and this is the time where both KT and Samsung, they're about to reveal their final cards, right?
Yeah.
And you know they didn't come here with just 2 strategies.
No. I mean, you could see KT's even thinking about what they're going to do on red side, because they already had trouble on red side one time around, and the bans are going to have to be dealt with in general. You know, they basically have to just ban the same stuff. Maybe they give the Elise once again because they saw how Crown did it, but it's going to be a lot scarier on blue side for sure. But lots to think about. KT's still thinking. Samsung, maybe they're going to do their thinking in the back room. But either way, let's take a look at how some of these plays happened.
It was a Def show starting from this moment, getting that early kill onto Ruler. And like I said, I just can't help but feel that this is just a straight up mistake. And I think coming into tonight's match, KT versus Samsung Galaxy, I think both teams wanted to prove that they've somewhat reached, you know, completion. Their inconsistency problems, their, you know, mistakes are all over, but it's these little mistakes that keep happening over and over again and making the biggest differences in these matches. Yeah, again, Cuvée staying, for example, for another moment, another short timing, but it's enough for KT to get that extra kill onto the Jarvan and make him 0-2.
Yeah, and make Deft 3-0 as well. So this is where Haru, he goes so deep once again, and you can see that Samsung is trying to follow up, but no Tarek ultimate at this point, as it was burned over on the right side. And the two of them, they just get torn apart by that Kalista that's already 3-0. They didn't have the support, and Haru getting caught once again. Definitely is going to be a thing to look at, right? Do you keep Haru in after a weak game, or do you put in Ambition, who's also been looking weak, to replace him?
I think it's more of a question of strategy. If Samsung wants to try that, you know, set 1 type of style again, definitely Haru, keep him in. But if they feel like they need something else, if they feel like they need a different atmosphere here, as the KDA, absolutely brutal.
Look at Samsung 0-12-0. That's really unfortunate. And there's the Deft carry game. I wonder who's going to be the MVP. Thinking face. Thankfully, Samsung, they did get 1 Dragon, so at least they didn't get perfect gamed by KT in a very close series.
No Janna or Nunu this time either. That was all Deft, and I think that's what made the difference. When you give scorers Gragas, when you give Mata the Rakan, give them tools that the players could really depend on themselves instead of really focusing on Deft only. You know, we say when you see a hyper carry, AD carry, you know, composition, that's the big weakness, right? If the AD carry is neutralized, all the other members have nothing to do. Well, in this case, KT had many things to do.
Yeah, for sure. So lots to think about going into game number 3. That's a pretty cute picture. Got a little alpaca on Def's shoulder there. But either way, guys, we're going to take another 8-minute break before we get into game number 3 of Samsung versus KT Rolster. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. We're back, guys, here at the Nexon Arena. It's all tied up 1-1 between KT and Samsung. KT with a very dominant victory in game number 2. Both of these guys slugging it away, going back and forth, and I think the MVP is going to be pretty obvious here.
Wow, I really didn't expect it to be Deft, Brendan Valdez. I'm so surprised.
You thought it was going to be Core JJ, right?
Yeah, I
Samsung.
thought it had to be the Tarek in my mind.
Yeah.
But there it is. Oh, this was such a fun highlight to watch. Def doesn't care. He's not afraid of anything. No Cataclysm, no flag and drag. Again, ripping people apart and...
Sick play.
Yep. That highlight ended somewhat early, but...
Yeah. It's funny the way that works over here, but...
Well, it was pretty much a done story, I think, at that point. Samsung, as they tried to have one last, Hail Mary fight, KT just responding appropriately and finishing up the game. And no substitutes coming in for game 3, so we won't be seeing Ambition tonight. Well, we do, but you guys don't get to see him.
Yeah, we'll see him later in the makeup room, but it's okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it does make sense. Even if the Elise is open, maybe they just go for the Rengar. I don't know. Haru just looked really good on the Rengar and not so good on the Elise. So if I were KT, I'd just give away the Elise. I'd be like, okay, yeah, you can have it, sure. I mean, that's fine. If we get Kalista instead, that would be great. But I think they'll definitely go ahead and ban Kalista because we've seen how much damage it can do. In game number 1, Ruler was really dominant on that pick. In game number 2, obviously, Def just crushing Samsung almost by himself, with the help of Mata down in bot, and then once he got ahead, made it very easy. So let's jump into pick ban for game number 3, and see how these teams want to go ahead with the bans to start off.
Going into 3 games, but one thing remains the same. Samsung does not want to see Mata's Thresh, as KT goes for the standard expected Caitlyn ban, and Samsung taking away Score's Gragas. There's the Zac again, somewhat of the fate of the red side team, but we see a Galio ban against Pawn. We all know that Crown doesn't like playing Galio, and now's where it gets interesting, I feel. I would like to Kalista ban, like you said.
I mean, it's especially in this series, it's on the minds of everybody that's playing and everybody watching, obviously. The Kalista is just so oppressive and so good right now. One of the best ADCs, if not the best, just, with Caitlyn, I suppose, competing. So they do go ahead and pick that Elise that's alive, but they give away the Maokai that was first picked the last time by Cuvée.
That's right. Let's talk about this Maokai for Smev. Cuvée gets to turn at it, and I think Smev wants to have a little go of his own as the 80 carries get picked. Ashe and Varus, nothing too surprising, but Varus Ruler is, I think, definitely his most played champion this summer split. He's played it about 16 times, and I think this would make it the 17th as Deft goes for an Ashe. Not the most carry-oriented champion, as Crown picks up the Cassiopeia. He wants to keep that streak going. And Mata taking away the Zyra, I think, somewhat aimed at Core JJ if he does lock it in.
It's definitely very good with the Maokai. We saw what Samsung was able to do in game number 1 with the Maokai Zyra. If you get Twisted Advanced and Zyra is anywhere near you, you're dead. It doesn't matter who you are unless you're Trundle, I suppose, as we found out in that game. But basically, just with the amount of CC Zyra has, with her own root and then the Stranglethorns to pop you up, it's pretty ridiculous. And, Twisted Advance into Nature's Calling. I mean, you have everything out of the Maokai as well. So just that combination of CC and the engage potential as well is very nice for the side of KT already.
Great little summary on screen, just in case you guys didn't know what a Maokai looked like. KT going for the Karma ban against Crown, one of his most played champions this spring split. I like the denial of that Karma so that... Wait, no. Crown already has the Cassiopeia, so the Karma going against Core JJ. My apologies there. And a Shen ban going against Smev. I think Samsung Galaxy is really taking into account the possibility that this might actually be a jungle Maokai for Score as well.
Yeah.
Another thing that I missed.
We've been seeing a lot of jungle Maokai across all the regions. It can be played in top and it can be played in the jungle, so they want to make sure that they can deal with some of the more crazy picks that we've seen out of Smeb. His Shen was really on point in game number 2, so just want to make sure. And the Rek'Sai is going to be picked out. So they take away 1 top and 1 jungle away from Smeb and Score. They've been focusing those 2 a lot.
Always a little bit of anticipation whenever we see that.
Oh! Is it going to be picked? That's the question. No. Can't get debated like this, Binu.
Yeah. I was about to say.
It's lesson number 1 of casting League of Legends. It happened to me so many times.
It's a Zed hover, and then the Yasuo hover, and then when it happens the second time, when you see the Yasuo, you think to yourself, well, he's gonna lock it in.
Yeah.
You know, he flashes us the Zed, so this must be serious, but they got me. This pick ban phase not going well for me, but let's finish it up as Clud for QV, another one of these very standard picks. I think Samsung basically getting everything that they're comfortable with this summer split. Crown with the recently great for him Cassiopeia. QV getting the Clud, Core JJ with the Braum, and the Varus. Always a factor for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, it's looking really good for all their lanes, right? I mean, QV is a fantastic lead player. He's so good at split pushing with that and then joining with the charge from the side lane. Obviously, doesn't really need to be mentioned, but Ruler, Core JJ on 2 of their huge comfort picks. A recent comfort pick for Crown as well as the Cassiopeia. The big question for me is the Elise for Hard. Does he show up tonight? Does he actually make the ganks work early game on the blue side? It's as big an opportunity as any. We've seen these blue side Elises just control games by themselves, so a lot of focus towards Haru this time around to see if he can play this Elise this time.
I am 100% with you. I think the big question here was Haru, because during the break we were thinking, is Ambition going to come in or not? And when that's the case, I was personally hoping that maybe Haru had something other than the Rengar, because if Ambition comes in, you're essentially giving up the Elise to Score, right? Or you're at least giving up a ban card on that Elise. So when you do have Haru stay in there, I really wanted to see something new. I wanted to see something novel, but right now it just feels like Haru's only purpose is to deny the Elise from Score. I mean, I'm still rooting for him. I really hope he has a better game 3 than game 2.
I mean, he still is a good, Elise player. We've seen it before, and
right.
it really was just a very weak game from behind on that Elise. Nothing was going right in the early game, and he kind of just got a little bit out of hand, maybe a little bit tilted. Don't really like to say that word, but
the T word.
Yeah, the T word. It came out of my mouth. I couldn't control it, but we do have that Jarvan last pick as well that we didn't really mention. So even more engaged for the side of KT. A lot of focus going to be on the Braum as well, trying to disengage. Cassiopeia fantastic at that as well. So we'll see if they can control the side of KT in their aggression as we jump into game number 3 of Samsung versus KT. Here we go. It all comes down to this final game, game number 3. And Samsung, they start off with the cheeky little level 1. Deft is a little bit out there. If they want to get crazy, they could flash, but they're just going to let him go.
And now that they saw all 5 members of Samsung Galaxy, I really expected Score to go in there and get some vision, but opting just to throw a couple of saplings, I believe, those little dots on the map. So just a general fan, as in, positionally.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ah.
Found a kitty.
Yeah. They always like to hide in the tall grass.
They sure do.
Those Meowths. That's where they come from. So, Core JJ and Ruler sitting down here, seeing if they can get a cheeky little level 1 trade, as Ash hasn't really grouped up just yet, but Bada, he's ready. Gonna move forward, take away those seeds, go with that. We got a red buff start here from the side of KT. Definitely pretty good with the Maokai and those empowered saplings and the brushes, so it does make sense. Gonna move on over there, and Haru actually starting blue by himself. And this was spotted that Ruler and Core JJ were in bot lane early, so KT can have a good idea of exactly where Haru is starting, even though they don't have too much vision in the jungle.
Well, he may have finished it off by himself, but I think both top laners offering just a little bit of aid for both junglers as they start making their way down towards the map. We'll have to see if they rendezvous and end up at the bottom lane together, because then it could be, then anything could happen, really. This looking like some of our more, recent matches in the summer split with not a lot of surprises. I guess the one big surprise so far is KT or Score playing the Maokai jungle, but I definitely feel like it's a lot less crazier than our first and second games that we had so far.
I mean, it's a surprise, but also it's not. I mean, it's 7-14 coming in here, and definitely is one of the bigger picks. We got a big trade in the mid lane as Crown trying to go big, and Pawn, if he gets hit by that poison, that would have been a very nasty spot for him. He does blow his ghost, though. And look at this, Haru, he's in the bot lane. The flash on over from CoreJJ. Knocks that Winter's Bite in. There's the concussive blows, and they will find the first blood on Tamada in the bot lane. And they're continuing to go on to Deft here, but Score is in position. You can see that Ruler didn't even join this at all, just farming under turret.
Oh, that just breaks my support heart. Such an insidious gank from Haru as he waited for that, as KT was pushing the bottom lane. They're on the red side, and one thing that you always want to do on that red side bottom lane is ward that tri-brush. Well, it's also a huge risk to even go there. As we see the replay, Haru waiting for him. He knows he wants to ward that tri-brush, and it's such a guaranteed gank, if you will.
Good play by CoreJJ to respond immediately. Flash over that very thick wall. With 2 Cs, of course, but he lands everything as well. The Winter's Bite right on top of Mata before he could even flash. So good follow-up, and Score, he's looking to trade here. You can see the Ruler has stuck around with very low health, but playing passively. But as I say that, moving forward, looks like he'll just back off now.
There really is no reason or no risk really involved in Score coming down and trying to get that, but
look at this, Pawn. He does have his flash, so that's going to be his one saving grace. Trying to predict it, and Haru cannot, but the teleport even used by Smeb. Maybe a little bit scared for his buddy Pawn in the mid lane, but he does get away.
That was either you use the flash and dodge everything, or you die, and lucky for Pawn, the flash made it through, the flag and drag, and everything else that was coming his way. He gets to continue this mid lane laning phase.
Yeah, we could see a return to this lane out of Haru. He still does have his flash, but Cassiopeia, one of those mid laners that doesn't have a stun. It's hard to set up that cocoon, so it's not a guaranteed kill onto Pawn, even though he does not have his flash. It would take Pawn getting out of position and, eating the miasma, eating some of the slows from the side of Crown, or maybe Crown getting a flash ultimate to really secure that kill. And so we'll see if they do revisit that lane. Still do have an opportunity with no summoners on Pawn.
For sure, for sure. This isn't game one. Haru's Rengar isn't going to die beyond the turret. So a little bit added security for Pawn as he does go back and pick up his items, making his way back. And, everything considered, after losing his support in that very cerebral gank by the Samsung Galaxy squad, he's keeping up in CS. I think overall it's a result of, Ruler and CoreJJ really respecting the possibility that Score could be there. But I think this bottom lane not snowballing that heavily, not just yet.
Yeah. It was good, too, that it was Mata that died, not Deft, or else he would have lost a lot more. And just keeping up, staying okay for now. Score just going to clear out this control ward, put down a sapling. And you can see that immediately Haru is going to move down towards bottom side. So thinking about another follow-up gank into the bot lane, Mata doesn't have his flash. So if they land a cocoon onto this very squishy Zyra, definitely do have an opportunity. But he is scouted on a ward. I believe he was scouted there.
And Crown, almost.
I guess he wasn't scouted because there's the cocoon, and Mata, with no flash available, will eat it. Haru must have skirted around the very edge of that ward to not be scouted out there, but he makes it happen, and another kill in the bottom lane.
I know we said we're not going to use the T word, but Brendan Valdez, I can't watch.
Okay, goodbye, Crown. Forgot what a Syndra can do. Got a little bit too frisky, and an easy win there for Pawn.
And the Cassiopeia streak, I don't want to say ended, but definitely a dent in Crown's string of great performances on the Snake, or the Snek, as people like to call her nowadays.
Oh, look at this. You can see how he skirts around the vision. That is so close. And that must have been called out by Samsung, too, for them to know. And Mana, no sidestep in the Flash Cocoon. Not going to happen. This isn't Bronze League. Let's take another look at this kill. See, Crown is level 6, so you know that he's thinking about taking the Spite, but immediately level 6 is taken right before he flashes, and that's really what gets him in trouble. So a small misread by Crown, getting a little bit too aggressive, and he pays the price.
I have to feel for him. He probably thought he could just get the free kill as a level 6 Cassiopeia on the level 5 Syndra, because no matter how good he is, I don't think he could have predicted that level 6 to happen right there.
It was just a split second late.
Yep.
If he had gotten that stun and just burst him down before he could hit level 6, before those creeps died, then he would have been in a good spot, but not the case.
Life happens.
Yeah. Life comes at you fast. Bunch of balls flying in your face. You're not really sure what to do with them. Crown, he just had to die. He just had to take it. So we haven't seen too much action up here in the top side, as Kive and Smeb have just been going back and forth, very even in terms of CS. That's a tiny lead for Kive, but not too much to talk about up there, as with some very gank-heavy junglers in both the Maokai and the Elise, you would expect a lot more plays down towards the bottom side.
Pawn may be thinking about laners going down, or rather, oh, I see what he did there. He, Pawn placed that control ward while going around the whole mid lane rock, because he didn't want to, run into that brush directly. He wanted to have the security of his own jungle, and even though it does take him a detour, or it forces him to take a detour, much safer. Nice little decision there.
Yeah, this is pretty cool to see small things like that at the highest level.
Right. You don't want to be greeted by the Elise who might have been waiting in that brush, right?
So Score still looking for an opportunity on the map. He tried bottom lane, it didn't work. He's been hanging around mid lane, but Crown has been relatively safe. Doesn't have his flash anymore, so he could try to go for that, but it's been very well warded around the blue side by Samsung, so they knew where Score was, and Crown could easily just play it a bit safe to avoid any ganks. So definitely the Elise for Haru this game has been working out a lot better comparatively to Game 2 and compared to Score as well.
Exactly, and look at what those early 2 ganks do, especially for the bottom lane. Look at all the wards that CoreJJ has placed into the jungle of KT. Their blue buff area is just totally lit up. It might as well be a, dance party down there, because lights all over the jungle.
Yeah, it's like a club with the lights on. Something nobody wants, especially KT. Kive, he's up a level, but he's trying to force this fight. Able to dodge the flag and drag, though. Here comes the Cataclysm, yeah. But they just force that flash. As Score, again, not able to find the gank.
If KT really wanted to, somewhat stabilize this game, that top lane was what they should have been looking at, but Kive, easy escape with the flash, and I think the bottom lane dominance is going to continue for Samsung. It all starts with that first gank, but more importantly, it helps CoreJJ get that early sightstone. And once the support has that kind of advantage over you, ideally you either want to get the sightstone together with your lane opponent, but when you do have that early sightstone, well, it's so easy to clear vision, because not only do you see the enemy players, you see where the enemy players are placing their wards, and as long as you know how to count, you could go in there and clear everything.
An important ability to have, no doubt, as a League of Legends player. Some of these guys doing calculus as they're in their head as they go for mid lane trades, but either way, Score still looking for an opportunity. Does have his flash, but at this point, Crown does have cleanse flash, so again, no real opportunity for this poor Maokai.
And as we enter 12 minutes into the game, I think this period of somewhat passivity is going to continue. I have to say that because of the first Drake. We were blessed by the Dragon Gods for games 1 and 2. We had Mountain, but this time we have Air.
Yeah.
Wind.
No.
I don't even remember her name anymore.
The Cloud Drake.
Yes, Cloud, thank you. I knew it was
like the
off.
Gust Drake, the Tornado Drake,
the Carbon Dioxide Drake,
the Oxygen Drake.
Yep.
Like, no, Binu.
I knew it was
You're getting
wrong
closer.
as it was coming out of my mouth, but then, again, just to prove my point, I didn't really care.
Well, there you go. Yeah, not too much action being fought over for the Drake. I mean, it would be kind of cool for KT if they wanted to have it for their engages, but...
Mata, you are a braver man than I. If I got, first blooded over that tri-brush, I am not going back there.
It's the no-go zone.
Yep. It's probably why I lose all my solo queue games.
Yeah, could be part of the reason. Definitely want to ward that brush. But, yeah, just farming back and forth. Nothing really happening. Waiting for Kive to come online because his Kled is always really fun to watch as he charges in from the opposite lanes. But so far he hasn't left his lane. I think he just wants to keep Smeb around.
And fortunately for KT, this period of passivity, as I called it, has at least allowed them to get a handle back on the bottom lane. Mata has pushed back the Vision, and poor JJ and Ruler less, eager to head into that enemy jungle because enough time has passed. There could be Score in there, there could be anyone in there. And
oh, they didn't see Haru here. Okay, we got a 2-on-2 now. The Haru, what is that Cocoon? Totally going wide. And Cuvee is going to be burst down here by the couple of them. Haru not able to land the Cocoon and help out his brother in the top lane, and that's going to be a kill for KT.
KT Rolster takes one back, and I think Haru was just a little bit too mechanically eager there. I think he wanted to stop the Maokai before he goes for the Twisted Advance. Obviously, it wouldn't make sense for him to try to stop the Twisted Advance because Maokai becomes untargetable.
Let's take a look at this again in slow motion because I want to see exactly his thought process. Yeah, I think you're right. Yep. Just wanted to land it before the Twisted Advance, but you were late. Thankfully, the ward was placed, actually. That helped him hop over. I think he was in range of the blasting plant anyway, but saying thank you to Smeb or Score, whoever placed that ward.
Well, now the kill scorers evened up at 2-2. Not too much of a gold lead for Samsung Galaxy, only 1,000 gold ahead. And I think, as we said, this is going to turn into the summer split game that we know and love. A little bit of time until the real action starts happening.
Yeah, even with the lead that was given into the bottom lane, you could see that still Ruler and Core JJ are playing it safe enough where they're not pushing relentlessly. They're not doing the KT Tristana strat where they just push in over and over again. They're scared about Score. They're respecting the engage from Deft and Mata. And, well, they haven't had Haru around here for a while. So now that he has come down, you can see that they have done a bit of damage to that turret, but not enough to kill it just yet. A bit of a delay, as there was a bunch of action down there, but they should get it eventually. That should be, as long as nothing changes here, the first blood turret in the bottom lane for Samsung. We'll see if they can secure it on this push.
And there you go. Slowly but surely looks like they're going to be able to take the outer tier turret in the bottom lane. Of course, the turret isn't the only...
Oh, Haru, he's going way too deep again, trying to get onto that blue buff, but running into 4 members of KT. And look at this, the TP in from Smeb. Samsung, they are going to respond, but the huge Cataclysm coming in, and he does commit to that TP. Can they actually get Smeb?
Oh,
okay.
He takes down.
Do get the flash here from Cuvee to secure that kill. Is going to trade the 1 for 2 in that fight, but overall 1 for 3 in favor of KT.
Lightning fast engage from Score to make that all happen. Although, for a moment there, I was really liking Samsung Galaxy's odds. I like how they took the bottom outer tier turret, and I like how Cuvee went in there, got some deep vision while he knew that, Score was down in the bottom lane. But KT, again, not letting them have everything they want, forcing the engage and at least getting 2 kills for 1. I'm not sure if it's a completely even trade, but let's look at the replay.
Haru just not expecting
fast.
the Spanish Armada, I suppose. But in this case, it was the KT Armada. As they all came in, the 4 of them, and a nice TP in from Smeb.
The first teleport coming in from Jarvan helps clean up Ruler. Pawn picking up a kill for himself, and although Smeb looked like he was about to sneak out of there, he does fall, and a great result for Pawn specifically, I think, because he's now 2-2. 2-2 is in kills and assists, not kills and deaths.
2-0-2.
2-0-2.
2-0-2.
Arrow onto Haru, misses.
Yeah, I think after that death, he's like, okay, I got to stop feeding. Okay, Ruler was going 1v1 in the top lane against a Jarvan. Not a good idea, as CoreJJ wasn't there to help him out. Now Score and Mata trying to get onto this Braum. He is pretty tanky at this point anyway, and it doesn't look like the rest of them can follow up. So just only 1 kill as Samsung, they keep getting caught out. Their macro was really good. They were getting small leads, but then all of a sudden, KT able to break this game wide open.
Juve still able to put some damage onto the bottom inner turret while Smeb tries to salvage that. Let's see how much damage he did. About half health. Not bad, but I definitely agree with you. KT looking a little bit faster, a little bit on point as they successfully get a couple of kills on top of the top lane outer, as well as the vision around the Rift Herald.
What? He just literally walks up to Smeb and tries to auto-attack him. Just not respecting the amount of damage that a Jarvan can do to you when you're an 80 carry, and he has both heal and flash available. Decided not to use them. Maybe he's like, okay, I messed up. I just got to eat this death and keep my summoners alive.
At least we get to see the mindset there. I do like the point you made about keeping the summoners alive. I think Ruler knew as soon as that happened, you know, it's a straight up mistake. There's no salvaging that.
Perhaps he was a little bit too hot in the booth.
Yeah.
Feeling the pressure.
I mean,
have to fan himself off a little bit.
This is LCK Summer 2017, where Longzhu is on top and SKT is struggling. Anything could happen. I think we're really going to see these teams mature once we hit playoffs, but still, as Arrow misses.
They're using a lot of their engage to try to get on top of CoreJJ. Had it landed, maybe they could have killed him, but not the most valuable target of all time.
Yeah, inconsistencies and mistakes really what's going to set the difference for these couple of games. As KT still holding that vision around the Baron area. No one manages to claim the Herald, but still nice to have because the Baron spawns immediately after. Well, and there goes the Cloud Drake for Samsung.
Nice pick off there. Just able to get that as KT wasn't really paying attention. You could see that the depth was actually top lane at the same time. So pick up that Constellation Cloud Drake. The next one will be the Mountain Drake.
Again, good awareness by Mata. Upon hearing the Cloud Drake go down, he goes into the Samsung Galaxy Blue jungle and puts down a couple of wards. I think KT really showing their interest in this Baron. Not sure if they want to really go for it per se, but still it doesn't hurt to have all this vision, have all this pressure around this area now that the dragon is gone and it's the only real neutral objective around.
It's going to be hard for them to take the Baron because you could see no Blade of the Rune King picked up by Deft. He actually goes straight into Infinity Edge and Static Shiv, and they don't have any of these other big objective-taking champions. No Kalista, no Nunu, nothing like that. No other Blade of the Rune Kings. They don't have a Cassiopeia in the mid lane. It's Syndra, one of the mid-tier mid lanes, I suppose, in taking Baron. Low to mid-tier. Because she just runs out of mana too much if you spam and don't have blue, and perhaps if he has the blue. Scar also not offering all too much damage as the Maokai jungle, so I don't think they want to go for the Baron just yet. Perhaps just try to deny as much vision as possible and force Samsung into a bad position. Well, they're looking for picks over and over, and well, we do have the repel coming in. He still gets knocked up. Haru is in too bad of a position as he does trade back damage, but not quite enough as he gets taken out.
They might not have been going for the Baron, but you could definitely tell they were going for something with the amount of pings, the amount of focus they're having into that upper side of the mid lane, and a pick on Haru is exactly what KT was looking for. Arrow might have missed, but Haru somewhat surprisingly, if I remember the events correctly, repelling in towards KT.
Well, he was about to hop down from his repel, so he had nowhere else to go. He tried to dodge the Zyra ultimate, but he got clipped by just the edge. I think even if he didn't get clipped, he would have gone down, but just being out of position against a team that has so much pick is not a good idea. Literally anyone on the side of KT can pick you out, and the follow-up from KT, the rest of their teammates will be there, will be palpable. So
Good point.
we'll take another look. I mean, even from downtown, he's forced to dodge the arrow that was placed perfectly to make him dodge, and then an easy follow-up flash from Mata secures that kill.
So decisive, so assured that they could get the pick 100% as Mata just flashes forward for the stun. Doesn't hit, but still gets the Elise. Smeb and QV duking it out in the bottom lane. I think QV might get this.
The charge coming in, and he's trying to burst him down, but Syndra is here.
Close.
The stun comes out, and he's hopped off a Scarl. It's not enough damage, and that's going to do it. The kill goes over with the help of Pawn. They do take out QV.
Smeb with the turnaround, and a lot of great results for KT, one after the other. First, Ruler gets picked off by Smeb in the top lane. Then Haru gets picked off in front of the Baron area, and QV maybe trying to make amends, tries to go 1 versus 1 against Smeb, but a quickly, joining Pawn makes sure that that engage or that duel is turned around.
Okay, score, he's here, but I almost feel like this is Haru in a rough spot. He's trying to get out here. Smeb, will he engage? The answer is no, even with Mata following up. He didn't have his flash.
And Pawn pushing the bottom lane in, making all those minions go to waste. That could have been a really great, play by Haru just in terms of what he could have made happen, but probably not a good idea when you're losing out in pressure.
Okay, you can see Samsung, they're hanging around, and there the arrow comes in and hits the Banshee Veil of Crown. So still trying to land one of these arrows. We'll see if Def can do it by the end of the game.
Well, that purchase was definitely worth, as it saves Crown from being the target of another pick attempt by a KT. But now it looks like they're about to pressure the mid lane turret. And I'm not sure if they want to do this right now, as QV's very valiantly pushing that bottom lane, threatening the inner turret of the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is what QV does. He plays Camille or he plays Kled, and then he pushes lanes. He picked Maokai in game number 1 because Maokai's really strong right now. It makes sense, right? But this is his comfort zone. This is what he's been doing for the majority of summer. And here we go. Samsung, they're the team that can do Baron. They have the Cassiopeia. They have the Blade of the Rune King. So they're going to try to burst it down, but an immediate response here from KT, so they have to disengage. But here comes the charge, getting on top of Pawn. Nice Stranglethorns to get the rest of Samsung away. Here's Smeb, the huge Cataclysm onto 3 members. Haru alone is going to be burst down, and the rest of Samsung is on the run, as it looks like they're on the chase. Death going to be able to get a double kill. There's the triple. Core JJ also going to get sniped out here as KT fully routing the team of Samsung.
Almost a clean ace, and you could have told by the moment Smeb turned that TP on, it was going to be bad for Samsung. Such a terrible, multi-angle engage for Samsung to try to get out of, and it leads up to a KT Baron as they take on 4 kills.
Calmly chewing his gum. He's like, I came here to chew gum and kick ass. I still have my gum, but I'm still kicking ass.
Well, looks like they got everything, including the mid lane turret.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're 100% right. Samsung, they committed too hard, and then they got out of position. They thought they could re-engage with QV, but not with Smeb coming from the right side, or the left side rather, and Mata doing a nice bit of damage to follow up. Haru once again going 1v3, not able to burst down Pawn, and then from there, the rest of them were just taken out.
I really have to call it like I see it, and I think Samsung themselves knew it was over the moment they realized that Smeb had that TP right behind them.
They had the perfect position. There was nowhere to go, right? Because Mata was behind them, Smeb was coming from the left, and the rest of KT was on the right. So it's either engage or die. And because QV was coming from the right side, they chose to engage on the right flank. But once that didn't work, it was an easy cleanup for KT with the help of Smeb, as you mentioned.
Probably the worst position for Kled too. Kled wants to go in a line. He's not that great in getting out of, you know, a multi-pronged attack like that. And KT taking everything they can here, taking the mid lane and even pushing in the bottom lane inner.
Okay, Score is going to get quote-unquote caught out.
But the Nature's Grasp.
Oh! That's what I'm saying. I mean, he gets caught, but he's not going to die. They don't have enough damage. There's the Cataclysm and the follow-up from Zyra Crown. He can't go 1v5 by himself. It's not going to work. Pawn is still on the chase. He takes out another one as Kled was already off of Scarl, and this one is spiraling out of control. KT still with the Baron, and looks like they're going to go for the end.
That's right. I think when you see matches at such high caliber teams like these, you usually use the term, you know, they're getting tripped away, they're getting broken away, but KT blowing Samsung away bit by bit. It's like, there it is, the ace.
Yeah, it's just way too much engaged. They're trying to keep this place alive, their base. Rather, that's the word I was looking for. And that's going to be game number 3 going over to KT. Well done, taking that 2-1 victory with a very engaged-oriented composition. I think Dracos once said something, draft more engaged than your opponent, engage before your opponent, and slaughter them. And that's exactly what KT did. I mean, that's what 7.14 is right now, and they executed it very, very well in game 3.
Smeb definitely looks happy about the result, and like you said, couldn't be that hard, right? Run straight at the opponent and get the win. Well, that game 3 was exciting, very one-sided. Well, games 1 and 2, I think all games were actually pretty one-sided if you look at it.
This game just got out of control really fast. It was very close. They were very even in gold up until the Baron call. And I said it, I mean, Samsung, it seems like we were on the same page. They have the Baron taking team, but they didn't have deep vision. They didn't clear out all of the wards. They didn't cross their T's and dot their I's. They're like, hey, maybe we can burst this Baron. Maybe we can make this risky play work. And just one bad decision is all it takes for KT to stomp you like a bug. I mean, they came from all directions. They take you out. They get Baron. They win one team fight as you're out of position. And they have Baron and they just push to win. All in a matter of like, what, 3 minutes? That's how fast that game ended.
And just to add some perspective on the matter, the expressions of the players say it all, because we have the 1, 2, and 3 all playing tonight. Longzhu, Samsung, and KT Rolster. And Samsung losing this match 1 basically means that it's so much more likely that they're going to be the odd one left out right now, as these 3 teams are all tied with 11 wins and 3 losses. I mean, there still is match 2, but I don't think a lot of people expect Longzhu Gaming to fall to the ROX Tigers. And KT Rolster, Smeb said in his last interview that he wants to get a lot of 2-0s because they're a little bit behind in points. They didn't get a 2-0 here, but at least they got the victory.
I was expecting the 2-0 actually tonight against KT. I thought it was too much for Samsung. They didn't have a strong enough jungler to deal with Score. And, well, I feel like that prediction came true in games 2 and 3 because, I mean, gotta call it like it is, right? Haru did not have the strongest couple of games, and honestly, I don't know if Ambition would have done any better. So that's definitely something they have to look towards as something to shore up as a team.
As a spectator, I think that game 1, everybody appreciated seeing the Haru Rengar, but you're exactly right. Just these little things, bit by bit, getting picked off again and again, and it all adds up. You know, it makes a huge difference in the end. Eventually, KT's just blasting your entire team away, most integrally in this Baron fight. And as soon as the teleport came in, it was all over, I feel.
Yeah, that was the big engage. The miss, the bad Baron call, I should say, and just not having the engage to get onto that right flank of KT and just being engaged from all sides, being surrounded and taken out. And again, you try to engage onto a tank like Maokai at this point in the game when you're this far behind, and you're going to pay for it. It's not the first time that the Elise has done this in recent times. So after that, Crown gets followed up on. It's just the amount of engage that KT has from downtown even. You know, Smeb was all the way on the right side of the screen, and all of a sudden he's on top of Crown. That's the power of Jarvan and what he offers to a team. So let's take a look at the result. Just about 9,000 gold ahead, and in 28 minutes. We were at 24 minutes in the game, and Samsung was trying to take a Baron, and then 4 minutes later, the game is over.
Pawn continuing his run of good form as well. Didn't look that convincing in game 1, but at least now getting the most damage, and that Syndra definitely was the right choice for him here.
Yeah.
Surprised that Varus actually did a lot of damage, much more than I thought. But again, on KT's side, everybody chipping in. Smeb at 15.1k.
Yeah. And after tonight, maybe it's a little bit early to call, but I still feel like, you know, KT and Longzhu, they're the two on top, and Samsung has to prepare a bit better. So I'm going to hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Hi, this is Ji-sun, your translator, and here we have Dev for the interview. So how do you feel? It's my interview for the summer season, so it's been a while, so I'm kind of nervous. I was kind of worried for today's interview since you don't talk much, but can you kind of speak more for your fans? I'll try. You dominated with your Kalista. We won the laning phase with Kalista, and also our combination was really working well with Kalista, so I think that's how we won the game. So you've been choosing new methods for today's game. What kind of plans did you have? So, well, game 2 didn't end up really well, so I was kind of sad for it. Then what kind of change are you expecting from the new patch? Well, not many changes in the AD carry, but in other lanes, such as Maokai or Cho'Gath, can be played in pro games, and they're really tanky. It will be really, really fun. Well, but no matter how tanky they are, I think as you, Deft, can melt them down, right? Well, if I have good items, yeah, I might. Then let's check out the other MVP.
So here we go. Let's check out who game number 3 MVP will be. It will be Smeb on the Jarvan. Didn't do much early game, but the teleport in bottom side to get ahead. The kill here onto Ruler, I feel like that's kind of Ruler's mistake, but he gets the kill regardless. And the engage that he did at Baron really should net him this kill, or this MVP.
Probably should be seeing that right after this clip, and I think great result for Smeb as he does go up to 11,000 MVP points now, right behind Kuro.
And we're back with Smeb. So how do you feel? I was nervous a lot because I knew it was gonna be a rough game, so I prepared a lot, but I was kind of sad that we made a lot of mistakes in the second game. Can you stand more closer? And did you know that your Jarvan has no loses? I knew I played Jarvan quite well, but I didn't know I never lost it with it. Is there any tips for playing it? Yeah, it has great strategy for the laning phase, and also with good combination with your teammates, I think Jarvan is really good. I think Smeb kind of dive into the enemies a lot. Well, I admit. But also our teammates also prefer the diving champions, so it's really good for our team. So you've picked a lot of new champions like Janna and Nunu. What kind of change are you expecting from this patch? We only had one day to prepare for today's match in the new meta, so it was really hard. But we really worked out really hard to get used to the match, and that's how we got good pick and bans. Yeah, as you know, we didn't have much time for the 7.14 patch, but it wasn't a perfect, but I feel really good that it worked out quite well. And today's Pawn has his first anniversary as a pro gamer. Any message for him? opponent is quite sick right now, so he had a hard time preparing for yesterday. But I really want to thank him for performing so well today. I think he's the real MVP for today. He had hard times in the beginning of the game, but I want to thank him for his performance today. I saw Score praying before the game. What does that mean? I think he was praying for the God. Then last message for your fans, please. It's my interview for a while. I will perform better and get the MVP point again. It was a really hard match, but we won it. And we will try more and harder to prepare for the upcoming matches. Thank you for the support. And this was the end of the interview. And the last, next match, Longzhu has their game. What kind of score do you want? I actually want them to lose, but they're performing really well recently, so I think Longzhu is gonna win. And this was the end of the interview.
Okay, thank you, Ji-sun, for that translation. Good to hear from both Deft and Smeb. Smebby has now 1,100 MVP points, just behind Kuro, who's at 1,200, but Deft only had one MVP before this, so good to hear from him. And KT Rolster up at the top, 12-3, the first team to do it. Longzhu is going up next, actually, in our second matchup of the night against the ROX Tigers, so I would expect them to retake first place, but KT will hold that for just now.
That's right. I think everybody expects Longzhu to win, so I guess the real loser from tonight's match may be Samsung Galaxy, as you know, after losing to KT 1-2, that makes it 2 in a row following their loss to MVP on Saturday, whereas KT, they're having a lot of 2-1 victories. They're dropping sets every once in a while, but this does make it so that they are on a 5-game winning streak. So probably a lot of momentum going in for them as they face BBQ and, you know, the likes of Longzhu and SKT in the future.
Yeah, so guys, it looks like we are going to hop into our camera shot. Obviously, we do have Longzhu against ROX coming up later after about a half hour, but it's good to cast the first series with Dubino. It was a lot of fun. And we will be going to that break in just a moment. But yeah, KT looking really good. I was expecting them to win. I was expecting the 2-0, but 2-1 will have to do it. And these guys just non-stop aggression. I feel like this patch definitely does help them as well because they use Jarvan and Maokai in the jungle so well. And definitely looking forward to their future games, especially against Longzhu. But that's going to do it for us, guys. We're going to go to a commercial break. When we do come back, we will have Longzhu versus the ROX Tigers. So stay tuned. We'll see you in about 30 minutes. Greetings and welcome back to LCK Summer 2017. It is me, Valdez, with a special guest, Binu, filling in for Crumbs tonight. You guys watched the Samsung KT match. It was a very close one, was 2-1 in favor of KT. So it was pretty close, but I think KT was the dominant team overall.
That match was a party in itself. We got to see a lot of new champions, a lot of great strategies and philosophies going against each other, and now I think everybody is expecting the Longzhu party here. Linderon wants to get out of here.
He's like, please teleport me back home. Please teleport me back home. I don't want to face off against Khan. Please no, please no.
Well, speak of the devil, Khan looks like he's trying to get folks. Looks like he's trying to. I don't know what he's trying to do there.
He just looks so relaxed. Yeah,
you know. For a second, I thought he was trying to get his headset in place, but he's like. I think this Lava, another ROX Tigers player. No, probably not the most excited about this one, huh?
They're trying to pull it together. I mean, they know they have an extremely hard match coming up for them right now. Longzhu currently in second place but this is just for now. They're supposed to win here against the ROX Tigers. They should take a 2-0 victory, and with the victory, they will go ahead of KT. So that'll be good for them. But yeah, these guys are just looking so dominant. 2 0s, one after another. They take out a weak KT. They take out Ever8. They just look so dominant no matter who they face off against.
I mean, KT's in first place right now, but it might last for about 2 hours as Longzhu
exactly
about to take out the ROX Tigers, or as everybody expects them to, right? But this is still, you know, the LCK. Crazier things have happened, and I don't want to count out the ROX Tigers just yet.
Yeah, you definitely can't. I mean, they did defeat KT, right? KT was still struggling with some consistency issues back then. They are looking much better now, but it is possible. Glad that you do mention it.
So jumping into the picks and bans, Jace ban straight up against Khan. He is 7-0 on this champion, I believe, and in the interview against BBQ, I believe Khan said, you know, it feels like Jace was made just for me. Sounds like true love, Brendan Valdez.
Yeah. I mean, he also said that if you're good at Jace, you can defeat anyone, basically. He feels like it's extremely OP, and he's obviously really good at the champion. So, I mean, you just got to take it away from him. If he's talking like that and he's also 7-0, then it's like, okay, the most obvious ban in the world. So, take it out first.
Speaking of champions with 7 wins, BDD's Galio also taken away 7-1, but get this, he has a 34.3 KDA on this champion. And I don't think ROX Tigers wants to feed that KDA, as they do first pick the Maokai. They must have seen the last match.
Yeah, they've been watching. They've been watching abroad. They've been playing themselves on 7-14. They know how strong of a pick this is. Perhaps even stronger than the Elise. And so it will be picked up. And it looks like we will have Cuz on the Elise in that case. And obviously giving the Ashe over to Prey will be on his signature champion.
Talking a little bit about the AD carries as well, you expect the Caitlyn ban, but I like the Kalista ban against Songyun because he has actually somewhat built himself 3 wins and 0 losses on this champion, as we do get a review of what Maokai looks like. And Cho'Gath actually walking by. Remember that he's also around. We might be able to see him soon.
It's a nice little Easter egg in that intro video. Cho'Gath feasting himself. Not gentleman Cho'Gath though, so I was a little bit disappointed. We do have the Xayah pickup as well as Gragas, so a great front line already for this carry of Xayah. We've seen this time and time again.
Songyun definitely opting for the Xayah makes a lot of sense to me. The Caitlyn's ban, his Kalista's ban, and after that, Xayah is his most played champion, I feel, with 2 wins and 6 losses, but that's still 8 games, and probably going to go for something he's comfortable on, as BDD, speaking of comfort, goes with Talia. And as we go into the second ban phase, I expect to see, the Lucian ban coming out for Longzhu.
Want to take that away from Lava, I suppose. Just say, okay, we're not going to allow you to play this into Talia. They're trying to enable their mid lane carry in BDD with that pick.
And a Zyra ban against Gorilla. Just looking at the champions he's played, Gorilla 8 games on Zyra and 12 games on Thresh, so that might leave the Braum open unless Key takes it for himself. And another mid lane ban, LeBlanc against Lava. Lava, one of these players, I think a lot of people are just basically calling the weakest mid laner in the LCK. And to be fair, I think it's a reasonable thing to say. He was somewhat thrown to the wolves, as I like to call it, in the second round as Mickey left the ROX Tigers roster. Trundle.
He definitely was, and he's struggling to find success here on a kind of weakened ROX lineup. But yeah, as you mentioned, the troll returns. This time it's not so trolly, and I'm excited to see Khan on this kind of play, on this kind of pick, a split pusher, someone who can really get in your face and go 1v1 with pretty much anyone, especially that Maokai in the top lane.
And Lava in response takes Syndra, another bursty mid lane mage champion. I really like the respect that Longzhu is giving to Lava. Maybe it's not respect, maybe from their perspective it's more like, we're not going to let you do anything this game.
Yeah.
But the Trundle for Khan as well, also noteworthy, and Key does take that Braum away from Gorilla. So Gorilla might play something crazy, I'm not sure, but he does always have the Janna, which is somewhat becoming meta. He has options like Kennen, Blitzcrank. So we'll see what he goes for in the last pick.
Morgana. Okay, let's see if he actually locks it in, though.
Oh, please do.
I mean, this pick is being picked up a couple of times over in NALCS, I believe it was. I don't remember exactly who picked it up, but
there it is.
We're seeing it more and more often, and it's kind of a cool idea. That Black Shield is obviously very good for all the magical engage that these compositions are throwing at you. You know, Twisted Advance or even a Maokai ultimate or a Cask can be easily dodged with the well-timed Black Shield.
Key changing it up in the last second to Rakan. Didn't catch that. I still thought he was playing Braum, but let's talk about this Morgana because players have been playing it in solo queue a lot recently, including Gorilla, of course, who's playing right now, but also Core JJ, who played the last match. If you look at his solo queue records, he's been playing a lot of support Morgana, so I was wondering if we might see it in the LCK. Usually, stereotypically, Korea is not known as the most innovative region, but tonight we've seen plenty of new things come out. So I'm really enjoying the novelty of the matches.
Yeah, it definitely is really cool to see all of these new picks come in with just one new patch. And yeah, I like the idea of the Morgana too. It's like, if you really want to hard engage on us, you might even get 5-man, rooted by that Morgana, or just eat a Q to the face and not be going anywhere for a very long time.
And the Black Shield has to be excellent against the Syndra. It's gonna just block all that magic damage, keep Prairie alive for much longer, or BDD alive for much longer. As we get one final look at the team compositions. Shy couldn't make it work, and Smeb couldn't make it work. Let's see if Khan could make the troll work in his third appearance recently.
I have faith.
It's Khan.
Yeah, it is Khan, and he is up against Linderong, so definitely a one-sided match in the top lane. And either way, guys, this is the final look at the skins. Let's jump into game number 1 of Longzhu versus the ROX Tigers. Okay, well, Longzhu, they brought everybody and their moms with them, as they have a huge cheer from the crowd. These guys, it makes sense. Everybody does like to cheer for the favorite team, and these guys are on a roll, looking for their, I believe it's 5th in a row?
Yeah, 5th in a row.
No, they're 6th in a row, actually, as they have 5 games against Afrika, MVP, BBQ, SKT, and Ever 8.
Speaking of Longzhu, going for early, group and invade into the enemy jungle, I think this is mainly because they do have the Morgana. That level 1 Q, the bind, could be really long, but the ROX Tigers, with a good response, I feel, sending their top-end jungle into the red side jungle of Longzhu, and also the Rakan sneaking in through the Tri-Brush and warding the blue buff of Longzhu as well. So overall, I feel like ROX Tigers should feel really comfortable because they get to see everything, but still, the Longzhu squad has proven themselves. I mean, they're first place for a reason, right? And I know you were talking about the fans. It almost feels like the fans have been wishing every season, it's happening, it's happening. Well, it has happened. They are in first place now.
Look at Cuz's route here. He goes for Raptors with the help of Talia, kills all of them but the big one, and then immediately goes for blue. And it looks like someone has actually read this very well. He's going to go to the blue of Cuz, but this does mean that Trundle in the top lane is going to be extremely safe from level 1, and he can just push in all day long. I mean, you're going up against a Maokai at level 1. What are you going to do against a Trundle? Eat a bunch of chomps in the face and die? And so he's going to have a grand old time up in top lane.
Fantastic hawk shot by Trey. He knows exactly what's likely to happen as he sniffs out Seonghwan. And speaking of the bottom lane, Gorilla is 2 for 2, at least from what we've seen on camera in terms of landing that binding. Could be very dangerous for the ROX Tigers in the next few minutes.
Yeah, just some target practice for now, as those don't really do too much damage. They just kind of zone your opponent out at this level. And you can see what Khan is doing. I mean, he's just pushing it in. It's totally fine to do this. And Linderong is the one putting saplings in the brush, saying, oh, I hope I don't get dived early by this Elise, because that is also another option for Cuz after he does pick up this red buff.
Seonghwan, a sneaky gank as he belly flops down to the Dragon Pit and makes his way to the bottom lane without getting seen, but the Black Shield, there it is.
Yeah, good luck ganking Prey here. I mean, you're going to need a big follow-up from Key and also Songyun to make sure that you do get that off, but as he was seen, it was an easy retreat from Longzhu.
Must be so fun being a Longzhu team member with having such a reliable bottom lane. Khan specifically, again, going back to that post-match interview after the BBQ match, saying it feels almost impossible not to produce results when you're on the same team as Gorilla and Prey. So it really shows the type of leadership, although, you know, Khan, not exactly a rookie player, but for Cuz, definitely a lot of support and leadership he could look up to.
Oh, that ward by Key. That was very key, if you will. And, oh, he actually jumps on in, almost baiting Cuz into this one. If he can land a cocoon, maybe, but not even going to try for it.
I'm not sure he actually saw with the ward, because I just don't understand the decision to go in unless he, you know, on purpose kind of wanted to go for a flashy move like that, because he didn't have any backup coming.
Yeah, I think it was just to stop the recall, because you could see he immediately hopped back. He was like, nope, I'm out of here. Goodbye. Might have just been because he missed the grand entrance, but either way, does end up kind of messing with Cuz a little bit.
And the junglers keep on farming, as to all the lanes, but BDD heading up top, decides not to follow up on that.
No vision at all up top, and look at how low Linderong is. I mean, just one pillar. Okay, he does have his flash, but this is an easy follow-up. Nice Q, though, from Linderong and a flash away. Well-timed, as Cuz decides to use that repel to try to get into the fight.
And Linderong, again, it's a matter of, you know, the ROX Tigers top laners. It feels like a vacant position. It feels like a position of weakness that other teams could exploit. When I saw Linderong on the roster instead of Shy, it kind of brought a sad little tear to my eye, as Shy's been trying, and he's been playing a lot of recent games, but hasn't been finding success, especially culminating in that Jax loss last time he played. I'm sure the fans must have been really looking forward to that Jax, but didn't work out, and now they put in Linderong, but he's getting out farmed by this Trundle. Amiss all this top lane pressure as well.
Okay, we got a fight down in bottom lane. Gorilla getting pretty low, as perhaps he wasn't able to land a Q in that moment in time. So just backs off with a bunch of health. None of the summoners are used.
Cuz is just not leaving Seonghwan alone.
They're just both not leaving top, right? They're just hanging around here. Seonghwan, he wants to help the top laner, he wants to help the Maokai, but Cuz knows that, so he's just sticking around, saying, no, it's me, Elise, I'm back again, you didn't ban me, and you didn't pick me, so I'll just terrorize you in your own jungle.
Cute little move showing the teamwork between Khan and Cuz. Khan using the pillar to pop up the Gragas so that he can't really get in close for the smite, as Cuz secures that Gromp, takes it away from him.
Here's BDD now, as everybody on the side of Longzhu really wants to terrorize this top side. Okay, we have the long-range engage here from Linderong.
That's right, this might get a little dicey.
He's going to stun here onto Cuz, but he still has Repel. This is a 4-on-3, actually, as Key makes his way up. Now it's just up to Longzhu to try to get out of this one, but Khan cannot. It's going to be first blood going over to Linderong.
A bit too eager, I feel, as Khan is the first to go down, and Key with the right read, making it up to the top lane in time, but it's just one of those things. You just stayed too long. And arrogance or maybe overconfidence, call it what you want, but definitely a great result for the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, that was just a great play by Key for sure. I mean, he saw that the bottom lane of Longzhu went back, so he immediately started going up top. He knew that his team was dealing with pressure up there, and you can see he makes his way all the way through the mid lane. So having this Maokai for engage pushes them into the pit. Lava is able to land the stun, but then Khan just gets a little bit too far forward. They weren't expecting Key to make it in here. And once he shows up, Longzhu had already gone too deep, and they cannot disengage.
And as the game continues, great for the ROX Tigers as well in that they do get a lot of vision in terms of the entrances to the Longzhu red side jungle. They should be able to, if they're lucky, sniff out where Elise might be headed and make some further plays off of that.
Yeah. We'll see what the Elise can do in terms of finding other places to gank, because before this he was just trying to stop anything towards top lane. But definitely can find an opportunity down in bot, especially as Gorilla and Prey hit level 6. It's going to be up to Songyun and Key to just try to feather storm and dash away from this engage, as they will want absolutely none of this. You can see how far back they are playing as it is pushing into them as well. They know the potential in the bot lane of Longzhu, with the help of Elise especially.
They do have the Gragas behind them though, and Cuz pinging that he wants to move into the river and get into that, you know, raptor area of the ROX Tigers jungle. Ooh, Vine misses. One thing that also catches my eye is the top lane matchup. The Maokai versus Trundle is something that we saw in the first game between KT Rolster and Samsung Galaxy. And as we all know, this is a new patch. Now, in that first game, there was so much different things going on. We had a Rengar, we had a Nunu, and all kinds of, you know, hectic, chaotic fights and engages going on. But maybe this is the, you know, in a much more controlled environment, we could really see what the difference is between the Trundle and Maokai matchup and in terms of how it goes. Because in theory, you might expect, you know, okay, Maokai is a very strong, tanky champion, but could Trundle ultimate take away all the resistances and make him vulnerable enough to really nullify the pick? That's what I really want to know as this game goes on.
Well, he can definitely take away that tankiness, but he can't stop the trees from advancing, basically, unless he gets like the perfect pillar to keep Maokai totally away from the fight. A very hard feat indeed, but definitely going to be forcing Maokai away from the team fights and just trying to split push. That is where Trundle's main strength will come in compared to the Maokai, who's a team fighting beast. And so we're just trying to be avoiding that as much as possible. And because he hasn't really been able to find anything on the map, so instead he starts a very early Rift Herald, nearly right after it spawned, only 50 seconds after it spawns in 10 minutes.
And they know exactly where Sungwon is, or at least generally where Sungwon is. They know that he's in the blue side jungle of Longzhu because he did hit that vision plant. The effect kind of rippled out on the map, so easy Rift Herald take for Longzhu.
Yeah, nicely done in a game where not much is happening early on, and ROX is playing carefully enough. They can set that up. So either way, nice setup here. The arrow is going to go completely wide, although they are still trying to turn it around. But here comes Lava in from the mid lane. Looks like Longzhu will be able to disengage in time.
All the ultimates are burned, and the summoners are still intact for both bottom lanes. So Prey and Gorilla somewhat safely going back to the comfort of their own turret. Just a little bit of action. Only ultimates traded. Now Elise is making her way downstairs, or down to the bottom lane.
Yeah, she was upstairs in her room. Okay, here comes Sungwon. Not really able to do much as the Black Shield is used on Gorilla. He's like,
Probably,
Bray, you can die. I don't care about you. I gotta save myself.
probably a misclick because the two of them were really close together when it came down. There's no way that Gragas is going to hit the Morgana when the Ashe is standing in front of her. Now Elise making her way down to the bottom lane, but nothing to be found.
See that Prey just steps forward a little bit too much. That's
Longzhu going to take this opportunity to summon the Rift Herald, knowing that the bottom lane had recalled, and even BDD. So a first brick going down to Longzhu, really making the most of the recall timing of the ROX Tigers bottom lane.
Yeah, much in the way that Key made use of Prey and Gorilla's recall to help out with the first blood. Longzhu similarly as a team do the same in the bottom lane. So it does mean that they can't really set up any more kills for Prey and Gorilla, which is kind of interesting. You know, they don't have the crazy wombo combo, Ashe Arrow, Binding, Morgana Ultimate, you know, all this good stuff. But they will free them up to look for engages as a team elsewhere on the map. Meanwhile, ROX is going for this Mountain Drake. The Cocoon is going to land in a totally max range there. And a huge seismic shove. What a play by BDD. But as I say that, this is turning around. Cuz is going to go down as well as Gorilla. These guys are not as tanky as they believe. But ROX, have they pushed too far forward? Prey still on the chase.
He's going to flash.
He's going to flash. He's going to tag down Linderong here. Dodging that stun too. Connie's looking for the pillar. He's extremely fast. Can they actually knock him off? Prey trying to sacrifice his life. There's the pillar, and the Feather Storm comes out. Can he drag it into someone? He does, into Khan, but the last auto gets him on his way out. What a play there from the team of Longzhu to be able to turn that around.
And this game is starting to speed up, Renan Valdez. After the Rift Herald take from Longzhu, they use the Rift Herald onto the bottom outer tier turret, and ROX Tigers, while Longzhu is recalling, decides to go for the dragon. Well, Longzhu says, we're not going to let you take the dragon. We're going to have a fight.
Let's take another look here at this incredible seismic shove, because that's really what gets this started. The flash seismic shove to get 4 of them is a beauty.
Great follow-up by Gorilla as well. Although he does die, it does buy enough time for everybody to close in and let Prey basically do the cleanup duty.
Gorilla just got a little bit excited. He's like, oh, we're going to win this fight big time. And he realized that he's a very under-leveled Morgana compared to the rest of the team. So it does go down immediately, and at the same time, Cuz is pretty weak as well, and he gets taken out. But nice chasing there by the side of Longzhu. I think ROX, if they had picked up those 2 kills and backed off, that would have been really good for them. But chasing a little bit too long, and Longzhu able to punish them.
Well, Gorilla only getting 1 assist off that, but I feel like he's not even mad. He's not even mad about that. They did get a huge win. They had 2,000 gold, all thanks to that. So great result for the Longzhu squad, as ROX Tiger is still putting their eyes on this Mountain Drake.
They won it pretty badly, but Longzhu is sticking around. At the same time, BDD about to pick up his blue, which will be very nice for the poke.
And everybody's ultimates are back up again. We might see another fight happen in front of the Dragon Pit. I think it's mainly that they just want the vision around it. Now that the Herald is gone, they're just trying to play by the book and go for the next neutral objective. And as far as Drakes go, a Mountain Drake is definitely something that you might want. But I like what it looks like for Longzhu, because Prey does have the initiative on the bottom lane, so he could send that pushing in, which could create a little bit of pressure, just like how Lava is pushing in the mid lane.
Yeah.
This is also a great, angle for an Ashe ultimate. All he has to do is just shoot it straight up up the river. But ROX Tigers, using their positional advantage, being close to the mid lane, they decide to go for the mid lane outer. Sungwon with great positioning of his own as well.
Arrow is going to hit Key here to a nice follow-up burst damage from BDD, but I don't think he has enough by himself. And overall, this was a pretty good play from ROX to start off, but they're trying to continue fighting here against someone who is on the run, flashes that seismic shove to get out of harm's way. After all, a couple of flashes burned, They get a nice bit of damage done to that turret.
I think Longzhu just goes for the more reliable take, as Prey did shove in the bottom lane, and now they could get a free Mountain Drake. So stopping that fight early on, and even Khan gets to farm up this wave instead of wasting it while they do get the Mountain Drake. Good result for Longzhu.
Yeah, at the end of it all, you can see the gold lead kind of getting out of order here. It's only been one First Blood turret that was given over to the side of Longzhu, and the CS is relatively the same except in the top lane where Khan is definitely leading, but they already have a 3,000 gold lead, and they're doing well managing their lanes. They also pick up that dragon to start. They're going to have to deal with Lava, who's quite fed, sitting at 2-0-1 already. Already has a Haunting Guys too.
Yep, Lava, one of these players, again, kind of shoved into this ROX Tigers roster into the second round, and I don't think anybody really knows what to expect of him as of yet. Just in totality, he's only played about 12 matches. He does get down the outer mid lane turret, but it's kind of hard to know which champions he's good at. Even his most played champion is Orianna, and even that's 2 wins and 3 losses. Really can't say that it's a signature pick at that point. So maybe this is the match where he really makes a statement for himself.
Well, he is 1-0 on Syndra, which is nice. Looking to get another win on that champion. But yeah, doesn't really have too much experience here in LCK. Trying to shake off the rust, or not the rust, but like the beginner feeling.
The greenness, the freshness.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he doesn't have a lot of stats going for him, that's for sure. He only has a 2.5 KDA overall. As other mid laners of the LCK probably somewhere around the high 3s or maybe even the 5s.
Yeah, they would definitely love it if Sangyun was the one who picked up those kills, as generally they like to play against, or with this guy. They like to play around Sangyun. But he's not doing all too bad himself. Picked up a couple of assists.
And Longzhu feeling somewhat confident here as the bottom lane continues to push even beyond where the outer turret once stood. They must have seen something that we could have missed, because they're not sure. They don't have, eyes directly on top of Gragas. Now they do, because Gragas has moved into the Raptor camp.
Yeah. There was also a ward behind them, just in the lane. I was saying it was a ward for the Tigers that they could have used Linderong to try to set up a double kill, but deciding against it. And okay, they're trying to go for a kill here onto Prey as he does engage, but he gets out of there, flashing and healing himself.
I got excited there because the ROX Tigers, Syndra, and Gragas were moving into the blue side jungle. If they wanted, they could have had a 4v1 onto Prey, but decides to back off. I think the ROX Tigers were somewhat intimidated that Longzhu could have closed in and really backed up Prey to save him and even go further behind. But I feel like they should have pulled the trigger there.
Yeah, perhaps, but looks like we're going to see a rotation here as Khan makes his way down into bottom lane, wants to continue pushing, forcing Linderong into that situation, whereas they will send that duo lane up into the top side and use this to control the Baron area, to set up dives potentially up towards the top side with Cuz. Make that happen. They don't really have a place to dive down in the bottom side, and it's very far away from Baron, so I like this kind of setup.
Yep. Good, as we do get a replay of what exactly threatened Prey.
Ooh.
Wow.
Splits like an arrow. Unlucky. His RNG was quite bad there for sure.
I'm not sure if he was, another arrow
okay. He does have Merc Treads, and they didn't calculate that, so both the Binding and the Cocoon go wide. Sangwon, he's just taking a stroll through the river. Nice dodge there from Lava. Ooh, this guy's got his Nikes on, man. He's dodging everything.
Not sure if he should have been in a position to dodge all that in the first place, but sure, great happy feet coming out from Lava as he does escape along with Sungwon. But going back to that bottom lane dive attempt, I'm just wondering if he actually intended to flash over the arrow instead of simply being unlucky.
It was pretty close. Because, oh, he got out of position here. Perfect for Key to jump on top of him. Great presence there by the support of ROX Tigers to pick up that kill, take out the jungle.
Not a great day for Elise players tonight, but Khan still makes it all the way into the bottom inner turret as Linderong trying to duel him.
Khan is still fine. I mean, Linderong doesn't have enough mana to win this sustained fight. Look at the lifesteal. Khan is full health, still has his ultimate. Linderong knows it, and so he just has to just let him be, essentially.
Now the bottom lane for the ROX Tigers were in the mid lane, but it looks like they want to go up to the top side to take this first out-of-tier turret. And Khan recalling as well.
Okay, they're looking for a TP here. Here we go. Oh boy, everybody on the side of ROX is dodging every CC that Longzhu has. Look at that, Prey eating a ton of damage out there from Lava. Now Khan in a weird spot is going to have to back. Wait, there's the ultimate. Prey just walking into the Syndra and eating it. And he's going to go down, obviously. Perhaps he thought maybe he didn't have his ultimate, but that's an easy pickup for Lava for his third kill.
Lava did flash for that. His flash is on cooldown right now, and I think Prey, you know, he was chunked so hard. I think Longzhu had the right idea. They were about to back off, but Prey stepping forward just a little bit, and Lava taking that opportunity to flash forward and put the ult onto Prey, finishing up that fight, or at least stopping it before it even happened. There it is. Let's take a look at this fight.
It was really Songyun that forced everything. What a good dodge once again. And they walk into the Syndra and the feathers, and Prey just gets so chunked, and we're going to see the flash here. Yeah, Prey just not expecting it.
There it is, right there. You could see the Longzhu players somewhat turn around right before Prey gets flashed on. I think they understood, hey, Prey is low, let's not do this, but a little bit too late right there. And that means that the Lava hype train is, you know, it's getting ready.
Just when we were talking about how he was having trouble in LCK and how he's the worst mid laner in LCK, he's like, what did you say about me?
Is Syndra the one?
You talking smack about me? I'm Lava. Now Cuz.
Well, I think he'll live out of this. I think he'll survive this.
There's going to be the flash here. Okay, forcing the response out of Cuz, which is pretty nice. Meanwhile, Prey just off doing his own thing, taking an Ocean Drake in the bottom side.
ROX Tigers pressuring this top lane really hard, but it allows Prey to get the Ocean Drake. Good move by him. I think so far Prey might be a little bit disappointed with himself because his arrows have not been the standard that we all expect from Prey usually.
Yeah, I mean, they're slightly off course, but at the same time, ROX is really prepared today. You could tell that all the praying and deep breathing exercises they did before the match are really helping them out in their focus here. Okay, finally they land something here onto Songyun, but I mean, it's Xayah. He's got Featherstorm still, so they're not going to full-on engage, especially with Sungwon and Linderong waiting nearby.
Khan getting a little eager there, but realizes that Maokai has the better positioning and pings onto the Baron. Ooh. Another flash burned out of Gorilla. Life of a support, you have to ward that.
Okay, they're trying to land bindings. You know, when you look at this team of Longzhu, they have 4 long-ranged picks with the arrow, with the binding, with the seismic shove, and with the cocoon. But it doesn't really net you a kill unless you can link up more than one, right? You know, you get 1 cocoon, the guy's only going to be stuck for maybe a second, then he's going to be out of there, even less with Merc Treads, and 3 of them already have Merc Treads, so they know this. ROX is preparing for all of this kind of long-range CC, and it's very hard for Longzhu to really link up more than one, especially with the Happy Feet going on. So we got a wall coming down here. Look at how much damage Khan has taken, and in the front line as well is going to almost go down. The ultimate coming down onto Khan. Cuz still trying to get damage. Songyun extremely low as well. Nobody can get on top of him. Finally, he goes down. Prey in the back line, totally protected. Looks like he should have enough. Khan now on the chase for Key. He's going to take him out, and Prey still alive with full health with red buff, and Key going to get chomped as he goes down a almost full ace up against ROX Tigers.
You know, when that started, it looked like such a great engage for the ROX Tigers, but I just have to look at the fight again just to make sure, but Prey, nobody was on him.
That was a messy one.
Prey was free as an airplane.
Yeah,
even the bottom lane shoving into this inhibitor turret.
Yeah. Linderong, he got spotted on a ward, so he had to move and then recall to make matters worse.
And the Baron goes over to Longzhu, and I'm actually dreading watching this replay. I hope I'm wrong, but it just felt like nobody actually thought about Prey. All right, the moment of truth.
Watch Prey in this fight because, as you said, he's really the big damage dealer for them. He comes from the top side. They just don't see him. He dodges all of Maokai's stuff. And then once he gets in position, there's no one to deal with him.
He's hitting Xayah, he's hitting Rakan, he's hitting Maokai, Gragas. He's literally inside 3 people, and none of the ROX Tigers actually have the, idea to actually turn and get rid of the Ashe.
Yeah.
I mean, you could look at the brush. The brush really hid him from that vision, but you still get to see the, auto-attacking champion.
In live, okay, we're going to say goodbye to Key as he finally got hit by the link I was talking about as he does go down.
Well, the snowball has officially started rolling.
Yeah. We were waiting for it. I was getting worried for Longzhu, but it seems like they have, in fact, showed up to play today.
Just one final point about that team fight. That's why every once in a while, supports, if you are playing support, when there's a team fight going on, just ward everything. Just start warding everything. Don't think about, hey, maybe I should keep this vision around the Baron, as Khan looks like he's getting threatened a little bit, but he's okay. But you don't want that one, brush to ruin your entire team fight, right? Yeah. Sometimes you just have to throw down wards. It doesn't matter if it's a control ward, just throw it all down.
You gotta have eyes on the important members, on the carries, right? Something that Crumbs has said from time to time. But hold that thought, Prey, he's in a bit of trouble. Never mind, he does have QSS, and he is there. But yeah, something that Crumbs has said is, in the team fights, watch the carries. Where are they? Do they get jumped on? Do they do damage? Do they get in position?
Another Ashe arrow missing, and teams posturing for a little bit of action, but I don't think they could catch on to Linderong.
It's very careful what Longzhu is doing here. The very long fight coming in down the lane as they don't want to get hit by a stun from Lava. They know that he is the big carry, and they can't exactly jump onto him, so respecting that damage.
Good mindfulness as well to remember the low health bottom tier turret, bottom inhibitor turret, and the way that they have prepared.
Oh boy.
Oh.
That was pretty close. Meanwhile, Khan, he's being thrown around the arena. He's still okay somehow. Still hasn't gone down. They don't have enough damage to follow up. And oh boy, Lava, he gets locked down for so long, hit by that binding. And you could say goodbye if you get hit by one of those long CCs. Another one goes down. Doesn't look like they'll go for that kill, but they will rotate into mid and try to get some more objectives here with this Baron. The flash coming in almost gets that seismic shove. This has turned into a full play-by-play stream as non-stop action on the Rift is coming out, and perhaps finally Longzhu will decide to go home.
Again, it's the characteristic of these mid to lower table teams. Once they start falling, it's like a domino effect. They keep losing one after the other, and it's just such a feel-good snowball for Longzhu, but just feels like you're getting the air punched out of your lungs when you're the ROX Tigers, when you're losing one after the other, just simultaneously, consecutively.
Yeah.
Just no room to breathe at all.
It's like when you're facing against good SKT, yeah, when they were good. RIP. So sad. But when they were super good and really on point, whenever they got a lead, they just shut you down so hard. Sometimes games would end in like 4 minutes, and it would be like, what the hell happened? How do they win so fast? What? A couple of our guys got picked off, and all of a sudden our Nexus turrets are going down? How did that happen? And Longzhu does like to do that as well. They do have that kind of same characteristic in terms of macro play. And this is kind of funny. Let's watch Khan get thrown around and still not die. Not enough damage.
Not sure what it was that gave him that little burst of health at the end. He doesn't have a gargoyle stone plate.
Might have been his ult, although it was on cooldown, it looks like.
Gorilla does have a Mikhail's, it might be that. But short story, Khan didn't die, and Longzhu got ahead.
This Trundle just rips away at tanks. He's like, yeah, you want to go 1v2? Fine. I love Trundle, man. So I love that he's really good in this meta, too, now. One of my favorite top laners to play. But Either way, you can see what it's doing here on the Rift. These big tanks really have no hope against them, especially when they're meta.
Demanding so much aggro and attention so that the rest of the squad could focus on this top lane inhibitor. And I do have to question that Cloud Drake take by ROX Tigers though, because when you're this far behind, you might as well leave the Cloud Drake up so that, you know, Longzhu takes much longer to potentially get an Elder Drake. The Weaver's Wall coming in. Longzhu really posturing for this top lane inhibitor turret.
Oh man, look at how long that binding lasts through the Featherstorm into the arrow, but they unfortunately don't have enough to pick him off. Meanwhile, at the Nexus, Khan just doing his thing, always pressuring, drawing so much attention, going in, using his pillar to move Songyun away. Fortunately, it's not well timed with the wave in top lane, so gonna try to pick away some damage here as BDD comes in from mid. We're getting the picture-in-picture right now. And finally we get to take a look at this top lane. It's just the slow creeping death right now for Longzhu as for the ROX Tigers as Longzhu begins to slowly push in. They're gonna take out that third inhibitor.
And they're basically just chaining CC for fun at this point. Every time a binding lands, at least stun to follow it up. I do want to point out the mechanical, you know, awareness that Prey just displayed. Although Nature's Graph coming in from behind, Lindron with teleport play, but Zaya deleted.
Totally deleted, and with Black Shields, it doesn't really do much if you're a Maokai against a Morgana. I can see why teams are beginning to pick this up, so Khan
falls, but
that was just, you know, overconfidence. He's going 1v3. He's having a little bit of fun, and why not? I mean, this team is just looking so unbeatable at this point. What are you going to do against them? ROX being totally cut out of the Rift right now as a double kill goes over to BDD. That's going to be the 1-0, easy peasy, in 34 minutes for Longzhu.
In the end, ROX Tigers looking good for just a moment until they didn't look good anymore. Again, it's these mid and bottom table teams' shared characteristic of every once in a while, it's not like they don't know how to get ahead, right? It's not like they don't know how to fight, but it's just not being solid enough to not give advantages one after the other, as Longzhu Gaming, just their style looking unstoppable at this point, looking like they're about to hit a 6-game winning streak after this one.
Yep, that is what is predicted around the world. Seemingly nobody can stop this team, and yeah, just really fantastic macro early on. They got that very slight lead. ROX, unfortunately, couldn't snowball a couple of the good things that they did into bigger advantages, and Longzhu just held on, won a couple of team fights in crucial spots, and were able to come back to win that game. So probably going to get a look at some of the replays from that game.
BDD finishing that game on a 7-0-5 to Leah, and
as if he needed higher KDA, right?
Exactly. I believe he was around 11. Nobody even coming close, let alone in the mid lane charts or the whole LCK ranking. Cuz not looking like he's having a good time.
Well, he, as you said, a lot of these Elise players are having a rough time right now as they're getting caught out. And this was the big first fight, the gigantic seismic shove into Gorilla, and Cuz actually going a little bit too deep, as Key does a very good job helping pick up those couple of kills. But again, Linderong just going too deep himself. And then the follow-up chase here by Longzhu eventually netting them the advantage.
Great awareness dodge that stun from Syndra as well. And the pillar to really drive the dagger home, I feel, as Prey picks up the last kill onto Rakan and got the snowball rolling.
Down to the last auto attack.
Oh, this is so heartbreaking to watch. It just, I legitimately feel bad watching this.
Yeah, this was ROX's big opportunity, right? They jump onto Elise and they basically kill her. She does nothing in the fight, and they get Khan CC'd the entire time as well, and they almost burst him down. Everything's looking great, and then all of a sudden, they get disorganized, and Prey has perfect positioning and kills them all.
He's so comfortable. Nothing's happening to him. It's like he's invisible or something. It's like...
being an AD carry, everybody talks about mechanics. Mechanics definitely are the most important thing, you know, making sure you're auto-attacking every time you can. But then the next thing is positioning, right? You need to have good positioning, make sure you're not getting caught out, you're very weak, you're a glass cannon. I think number 3 is timing, right? When you come into fights. Do you go in right at the beginning to get the full amount of damage during the entirety of the fight, or do you come in at the end, but after all the CC has been used, after they burned everything on a very tanky Trundle and an Elise that wasn't really doing much all game, and then you come in and you shred them all down? And Prey, I mean, this guy's a veteran. He knows what he's doing. He knows the timing. And I think that was really the big key for him in that fight as he carried his team to victory.
And another sub under 35-minute victory for Longzhu. This team, again, so many 2-0s, so many quick games under 35 minutes.
Yeah, well, looks like we'll have a sub here on the side of the ROX Tigers, as it looks like the Smitey Bear is entering the Rift. We'll see if he can help the ROX Tigers up against Longzhu in game number 2 after a quick 8-minute commercial break. We'll be right back, guys. Welcome back to the Next Sun Arena, guys. We're in the midst of a stomp here by Longzhu Gaming. They are looking like one of the best teams in LCK, if not the best, over the ROX Tigers, who is seemingly their next victim. Let's check out who the next MVP is. It's BDD, getting, again, just adding 12 more to the top part of his KDA equation here.
That's right, as if he needed it to be higher, right? I think definitely ROX Tigers fans disappointed with the result, and also Deft, who during that match posted on Facebook, "Go ROX Tigers." I'm sure KT definitely wants to keep their first place spot as long as possible, but sorry, Deft.
Yeah, it's I don't know what you're hoping for, Deft. Go home and practice harder. That's basically all you can hope for at this point, because Longzhu, they're taking the fast train, the express train, into the playoffs here. We are going to have a sub. Will be Mighty Bear coming in, or Smitey Bear, like we like to call him, or Spidey Bear if he plays Elise. A man of many names. But we'll hope that he can do a little bit better than someone who has definitely been struggling over the last couple of games here for the ROX Tigers.
Now, ROX Mighty Bear also requesting just a little bit of time so that he could set up, so might be a minute or two before we enter pick ban, but let's just talk about what he's bringing to the table. In terms of champion picks, he actually shares a lot with Sunghwan, sharing the Gragas, Elise, Rek'Sai, and losing games on Kha'Zix, Ivern, and Zac. I don't think he's really banking on the fact that he's going to get Zac because Zac is such a permaban champion, so I have to wonder that maybe he's going to bring something totally new to the table. Now, I don't want to get everybody too excited, but he has been playing Maokai jungle and Cho'Gath jungle as of this morning.
I would love to see them bring in Cho'Gath. You're going up against Longzhu. It's one of the best teams in LCK. You have to throw caution to the wind and say, let's rely on the gentleman. Am I right?
The gentleman Cho'Gath, exactly.
Yeah, of course. That's the only viable skin for this guy. Either way, let's see how the pick ban does go down. Maokai first, not a big surprise.
Especially so, just to round out that point, because Sunghwan actually has a higher win rate this summer split. He's actually 10 wins and 10 losses, whereas Mighty Bear only 4 wins and 10 losses. So again, I have to imagine that the reason why the ROX Tigers are bringing in Mighty Bear, apart from the fact that, it just might be, hey, you go play a game, see what it feels like. I hope not, but...
She wants to see BDD Zed. She says Zed or bed in Korean there. A direct translation.
Yes, yes. Not sure if BDD wants to party so hard in this match, or given the summer split, actually, BDD's a win-win and 3 losses on Zed. So.
They actually blue side banned Caitlyn. I don't remember the last time I saw that, but that makes it very easy for ROX to just go ahead and ban away Kalista. And a first pick Gragas.
I think the AD carry bans right there was Longzhu bans the Caitlyn, somewhat encouraging the Tigers to get Kalista, but Tigers banning Kalista in response. This sign says, Prey is the best. He always wins so easily.
Yeah.
And the portrait, oh, the Cho'Gath, locked in.
So it is as we predicted, or as you predicted rather, Binu. The Cho'Gath coming in, and they will bring in the Xayah as well for Songyun. So we haven't seen Cho'Gath just yet. Did have some changes to his whole kit. He can stack up those feasts a lot now. And he, I think it's like less mana on his Q. His silence it lasts a little bit longer.
And there it is. He had a little cameo in the Maokai video, but now he gets a little highlight of his own.
It's
the Cho'Gath is coming in and again focusing on Mighty Bear. I mean, that has to be the reason why they put him in. He shares way too many champions with Sunghwan, and he has to bring in, that must be the only reason. He's going to do something new, and meanwhile, Khan getting his Jace, not the best sign for ROX Tigers.
Yeah, not the best start here for this team. And they do have to give up BDD's Galio, but I'm sure they're not too, you know, they're fine with that.
So much going on in the pick bands. I get distracted by the Cho'Gath, and I look to the left, and all of a sudden, Khan's holding Jace. So, looks like he's about to make it. 8 wins and no losses on this champion. We'll have to see if the Cho'Gath can make a difference, but we're in the second ban phase now. Talia and Rakan getting taken out. As it looks like the ROX Tigers just wants to focus on this mid lane. Try to keep BDD off the champions that he could affect the match with. Corki going out the window.
They're just pushing him towards Zed. They're like, I dare you. I dare you to pick Zed. Well, I think the chances of that are extremely low,
yeah.
Especially with all the tanks we have nowadays, and especially already with the 2 tanks we have on the side of the ROX Tigers, but a man can dream.
He still has the Orianna, which he has 5 wins and 1 loss on, but I agree with you. It's basically up to BDD if he wants to party on Zed. He's always been that, ever since forever. He's always been the Zed, you know, master, the mechanical god. Songyu gives us a little bit of, yeah, Songyu, you're not playing that. Come on.
Well, Garen did get changed, but it's not going to be him. Not with Jarvan available.
Covering the Kayn into Teemo, into Garen, and settling on the Jarvan. As we get to see what BDD might pick. I do agree with you, though. I hope it's a Zed. Let me just, you know, make that clear. But yeah, it just seems unlikely with Cho'Gath, Galio, and Jarvan. They're too beefy, and Xayah, who could... Yeah, there's the Orianna. The next most reasonable pick, I assume, locked in.
What will be the next one here? They need a support. They already banned away the Janna. So if they want to go more protecting style, they will have to pick up this Braum. Got to deal somehow with the Cho'Gath, Jarvan, Galio engage. You already know what composition Tigers are trying to go for here with just a gigantic front line of engage with Xayah. It's not the first time we've seen this. So they will rely on the Braum.
I worry slightly for the Tigers because it feels like their composition is a little too... Turret also making his way into this game, possibly. But as domestically, the Koreans like to call it walkies. Champions with no mobility skills, no movement, you know, dashes.
Walkies.
Yes, walkies.
Wow.
Or walkers if you're into zombie movies or something like that. But there it is, the Tarek locked in, and a lot of walkies on the side of the ROX Tigers.
That Tarek is so interesting. I mean, generally you would go for some kind of engage or something, you know, to be more of a front line for this Xayah, but I suppose they want even more tankiness after the engage?
I think they're really thinking about, you know, getting up close and personal with Jarvan, Cho'Gath, and Galio. They want to ignore the initial burst of damage that might come out from Longzhu so that Cho'Gath could actually get in there and do his thing. Obviously, Cho'Gath being the walkie of walkies. I really like that term. I'm starting to really, you know, get fond of it. But
Tarek confirmed walkie-talkie.
He needs a little bit of help, right, Cho'Gath? Me personally, I would have liked to see something that either speeds up the Cho'Gath or offers a little bit of mobility from like a third source. But the Tarek makes sense here, as he does still offer a stun and healing, sustain.
Yeah, I mean, again, he got buffed a little bit, as did Cho'Gath. So, trying to make the most of these recent changes, I suppose, but pretty solid composition from the side of Longzhu as well. We didn't talk all too much about it. Khan gets his Jace, nice bit of poke damage. Once the Tristana gets high enough in levels, if they're ahead, they're going to have so much poke with Jace, Orianna, Tristana, it's not even going to be funny. And then they have nice engage with Braum and Gragas as well, good disengage too, to deal with this very tanky, you know, getting down and dirty lineup of the ROX Tigers. So we'll see if ROX Tigers can come back. I think it's going to be a very hard feat, but it'll have to start here on the Rift as we jump into game number 2, the ROX Tigers versus Longzhu.
And as soon as the game begins, Longzhu pinging that top lane tri-brush. Looks like they want to do something at level 1 here. But decides against it.
Well, we all know what happens when Jace players go for acceleration gate first and run up into that particular brush. People get in trouble. But we won't talk about that here, as it seems like he almost definitely did not go for that acceleration gate. They were just going for a play, but Linderong got there in time.
Well, they were pinging the tri-brush and ran up there, didn't put down any wards, just kind of looks like in the middle of it, somebody said, hey, let's not do this. And that was the end of that. Although they are posturing as if they want to get a little bit more, specifically onto this Raptor camp.
They have a trio of champions here that could definitely steal a bunch of the small Raptors, and it will affect Cho'Gath's original path, as he is starting on the red. So I'm just going to use Khan and Cuz, the duo that we all know and love, to help out Cuz and have him steal almost all these Raptors, or maybe just all of them. There you go.
ROX taking all the little Raptors on the bottom side, or you know, the opposite side of the jungle, but Cuz a little bit ahead as they did clear the full camp. And they should know where he is. I mean, he just showed his face after eating the Raptors, so ROX Tigers at least have that early knowledge. And the Cho'Gath jungle, what I'm really looking at right now, apart from, you know, the obvious excitement of watching Khan on his Jace again, pushing out Linderong early on already.
Yeah, you can see what he does. I mean, he takes Shock Blast first. He walks past the minions. What is Jarvan really going to do? He's going to stand there and take it. That's exactly what he's going to do. So because of this pushing, Khan hits level 2 first, and he's just so oppressive in that lane, especially against melee champions. It's either you go up there and you accept the trade somehow, which is very hard to do as a melee champion at level 1, or you just back off and let Khan totally dominate the lane with that Jace.
Now, speaking of knowledge, Longzhu also with the correct read on Mighty Bear now is BDD just decided to walk down to the river and actually caught a glimpse of Mighty Bear farming the Scuttle Crab. After that, Gorilla himself moved up towards the Dragon area, confirmed that Cho'Gath was no longer there, so now they know that Cho'Gath is either, you know, next to the blue buff or the Gromp, which he exactly is, as he now recalls.
I always love when not much is going on that they put the camera up here towards Khan on his Jace. Always a treat to watch.
When in doubt, top lane.
Yeah. Usually it's 2 tanks, but not the case here. Cuz looking for something, just at level 3.
They don't know yet.
He has snuck into this brush, but
Too much distance.
Yeah.
They're too comfortable and cozy up in their little nook.
At the same time, I mean, the Tristana, one of these champions you can push without mana. You just go ahead and auto the lane, and you just sit there and push, push, push. That's what Tristana does. So, Cuz even, you know, stopping by, even if he wasn't going for the gank, he's keeping that lane safe and spending a little time down towards the bottom side of the map, whereas Mighty Bear, he's nowhere near. Just coming up towards the top side, looking to place a deep ward in the left side and actually go for a gank up in the top lane. If they could combo onto this Jace. Oh, Connie stepped forward with a missed flag and drag, and that should, we'll see if he can dodge it. No, he gets knocked up. There's a lot of damage coming out. Khan, he's not even gonna flash. First blood goes over to Linderong on the Jarvan.
You know, I just let out an exclamation when I saw the flag and drag miss, but I feel like Khan really misplayed that, not even using the flash. I mean, after you don't get hit by the Jarvan, the only thing you need to avoid is the Cho'Gath Rupture, which feels like a pretty straightforward skill to avoid. But he decided to turn onto Mighty Bear and just never use the flash.
Yeah, I want to see the replay of that, actually. Let's go ahead and watch again. So you can see that the flag and drag misses, but he silences into the knock-up, so no flash can come out. And Khan just trying to dodge it, which means that he has to go towards those other guys and just take a lot of damage. The changes to Cho'Gath's E means that it does a lot more damage in a short period of time. And that's actually really good for ganks because he does a decent amount of damage.
And his silence duration has been increased at lower levels, so maybe Khan not too familiar with the Cho'Gath himself. You could see what he was thinking. He's going to jump onto the Cho'Gath and then flash out. Well, as soon as he jumped on, Mighty Bear used the silence, and after that, the Rupture was almost guaranteed to hit.
Yeah, so good start up there as they knew that Khan was going to be just pushing it 24/7 up in the top lane. And a very unique gank too, where he uses double blasting plant to avoid as much vision as possible for as long as possible.
And yet, Khan's still up in CS so far. He even invests in a control ward to make sure that doesn't happen again. Puts it in the tri-brush. And calls for Cuz, maybe thinking of a gank of his own so that he could get revenge onto Linderong. Even the Shock Blast, you could see what he's trying to do. He wants to get him low and tender so that Chef Gragas could go up there and cook him up.
Yeah.
Is that a skin, actually, Chef Gragas? I think it is.
There definitely is a chef skin. I'm not 100% sure if it's Gragas.
Might be Olaf. They both have beards. I'm getting confused.
Yeah, I think it's Olaf.
Yeah.
I think you're right in that. But yeah, it's going to be hard to kill Linderong here, especially Ninja Tabby picked up. He's extremely tanky towards the Jace, which is where most of the damage is supposed to come out of, especially when Gragas is not level 6, doesn't have his casks, so they don't commit to trying to dive the turret or anything like that. So.
All right, so Longzhu, Cuz getting all up in Mighty Bear's face like he did to Sungwon in the last game. Although, if you remember correctly, they actually, lost out a kill because they, overstayed their welcome, and I like what they're doing. I like how they decide, we don't need to be here. It's a little bit too dicey, especially with that Galio in the mid lane. He could heroic entrance at any time. So, giving ROX Tigers the respect they deserve. And a stun that doesn't hit anything.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to line that up, even though it did get a slight buff. Not really working out in this game.
Galio was moving downwards just for a moment, so I thought he might, actually make something really happen there, but still waiting.
Here comes Mighty Bear too, actually, all the way around. He was not spotted. He's going to ping that red buff. He wants to go in there first, but Cuz right now is recalling. He's not on the map, and so Mighty Bear will at least get that red buff, and he's going to be on the bottom side. You were talking about Galio. Here he comes. They're thinking about a play, but Cho'Gath isn't really in position just yet. He's actually not taking the red. He's waiting, and so I wonder how long he's going to wait. I mean, he's been here for like 20 seconds. Okay, there we go.
He has that feast, and if Cuz gets low enough, he might just unload his full combo and try to feast him.
Yeah, they're looking for the silence. Oh, but the cast comes out a millisecond before the silence. That's unfortunate. Will use the feast, though, on the red buff, and will secure that objective. So Cho'Gath having a good start so far in LCK. I'm liking it.
Again, it's the composition. He knows he has the Galio, backing him up, as well as the bottom lane, really dissuading Longzhu from pushing too hard. I was actually really impressed with their bravery, should I call it, in that they were even beyond the lane, just considering, the Galio, the Cho'Gath being on the south bottom side of the map, and Korean Gorilla still pushing, but overall, adding pressure and getting advantages, mainly through that red buff.
Yeah, we'll see if he can continue building those feast stacks and get to be gigantic, have a ton of health. The biggest tank on the Rift, if he can get there. I believe he is the biggest champion in the game with all those feast stacks on him. But
well, there's only two candidates. It's either him or Zach, and Zach's not in this game. We should be able to see Godzilla Cho'Gath in a couple of... I mean, if everything works out for the ROX Tigers, I would like to see that. That should be a skin. Godzilla Cho'Gath, why not?
I like that idea, I have to say, but hopefully someone from Wyatt is watching and maybe they can put that in, especially as Cho'Gath gains some more attention as he's back in the meta.
The only reason why I could think of not having Godzilla Cho'Gath is copyrights. I'm actually not sure who owns the Godzilla copyright.
But you can make him like, I don't know, like Godzilla or something.
Yeah.
Not exactly that, but it's because it's too obvious, but make him, even just Dragon Cho'Gath, even though I think he's already some kind of dragon. Just make him look like Godzilla. That's all we want.
Now Mighty Bear going into the enemy blue side jungle. The tables have turned. It's no longer Cuz going after the enemy jungle, but Mighty Bear just strolling in, or waddling, I should say, as if he owns the place, and got some good vision onto the blue buff Thrush and the control ward in a great location as well.
Yeah. Not the most exciting early game, guys. I mean, this is just back and forth. These guys looking for opportunities for ganks, but nothing really making its way onto the Rift. It was a really cool gank out of Mighty Bear to start it off, but ever since then, they haven't made anything happen in bot lane. Spray and Gorilla have been relatively safe with their pushing, and Khan has kind of backed off. He hasn't gone ultra aggressive as he is a little bit behind.
I agree with you, and I think it's mainly a factor of every single player being rather content with not having, you know, an action-packed early game as of right this moment. You know, Cho'Gath, he wants to farm, Galio wants to farm, and Khan and BDD, I'm sure they're really comfortable with the picks they have as well, so not really dying or not really too pressured to make anything happen as of this instant. And Key and Gorilla, support say hi. And they know that Gragas is in front of the dragon, as the ROX Tigers are closing in. But it's still a Cloud Drake, and I would be really surprised if, you know, either team really tries to go for a team fight off of this. I would be really surprised if the opposing team actually invites or takes the invitation to that team fight over Cloud Drake. So still might be a while before we see anything significant happening. Cuz taking these Raptors again as well.
Yeah. When you look at these two compositions, you have to wonder, what is this kind of passive early game? Which team is it going to really benefit at the end of the day? Who is going to have the better late game in this position? And we've already seen what Tristana can do late game. It's pretty ridiculous with her extreme range with the rapid fire cannon at level 18. So she's going to be really annoying to deal with. But you also have BDD, who's farming up very well, the most in the game in terms of CS. So he's going to be nice. Khan, he got a little bit behind, and the Jace does fall off a little bit, but you know, a decent split pusher and some burst damage if you're trying to get on top of Songyun. The Jace, though, I think, you know, the more I think about it and talk about it, definitely going to be hard to make it past that that front line. So now BDD in a bit of trouble. Will flash that knock up from Mighty Bear.
Early
make
flash
it to safety
to make sure he doesn't get silenced or, you know, hit by the rupture.
Yeah.
Good job avoiding the gank. And I definitely agree with you. It really is a question of who's going to be strong around, you know, 20, 30, 40 minutes in. Although it does make it really tricky given the compositions because there's so many variables right now. We do have Key, the Taric player here. And the Tarics we've seen so far, even including today, if they have the right ultimate, it makes all the difference. But
yeah,
if the ultimate just doesn't connect and envelop the right players, it just feels weak. Now, Cuz BDD heading up to the top lane, and this might be the gank that they need. This might be the dive that they need onto Linderong.
Khan just pushing as much as possible. There's the knock up. The cask is dodged, and a nice flag and drag onto Cuz, who's now eating the tower. Has to flash away from that. A totally botched dive by Longzhu, and here comes Mighty Bear looking for that knock up. That was incredibly close. He's going to get the silence down, but there's no real follow-up as Lava and Linderong were just hanging back.
Most definitely a disappointing dive attempt. You know, there was a moment, like a brief lapse in time right there where Cuz could have just backed off, but he goes for the belly slam, I think it's called, onto Linderong and grabs tower aggro again.
Body slam.
Yeah, body slam.
They want to save this turret, but I don't think they can. The follow-up TP and the Cosmic
Tower
Radiance, they're like, this is our First Blood turret. Get the hell out of here. They will trade turrets, but the First Blood obviously going to be nice for the Tigers as finally they get something rolling in a game against Longzhu.
So now that Longzhu has the bottom tier turret gone, the bottom lane and the top lane most likely going to just switch places. As Linderong, his Jarvan's already down there in bottom lane to soak up the wave that is coming his way. And Longzhu, Prey, and Gorilla also heading up to the top lane.
Kind of worried for Longzhu, you know? How much damage is Orianna and Jace really going to do against this team, right? An adaptive helm already picked up by Galio. No doubt Mighty Bear and Linderong are also going to pick up their fair share of magic resist. Gorilla getting caught up here is going to Glacial Fissure his way to safety. So back to my point, is Orianna really going to be doing too much damage? The Jace is going to fall off eventually. It's really going to be up to Prey and Prey alone to try to break through these front lines that are extremely tanky. With Thornmail in the meta and all of these tanks, and we've already seen how Tristana has trouble breaking through a front line such as this. It's not looking like all daisies and roses, all good things here for Longzhu.
Absolutely. I do have to respect Jace, but the Orianna is what worries me, because if you think back, ROX, they're no stranger to having an Orianna in like a very tank-oriented composition on both sides. When they played against Jin Air, we had 6 tanks in the game, and ROX is Lava. He was getting 3 or 4-man Orianna shockwaves every time.
Just didn't matter.
Didn't do anything. Jin Air just brushes it off. Okay, we got hit by that. Let's keep going. In the end, the game just turns into, I mean, if this is anything like that match, this is going to turn into a matter of inhibitors. It's going to turn into a matter of who's got what kind of neutral objectives and positioning. If they could get on the AD carry fast, it should really close out the game, close out a team fight, but we might be seeing another 20, 30 minutes of team fighting just over and over again. That's a real possibility here.
Yeah, I think it was definitely up to Longzhu to try to get an early lead in the lanes, to try to use what damage they had through the 20-minute, 30-minute mark, as you were saying before, and just try to snowball a bit. But the Tigers have effectively stopped the snowball and the avalanche. They're just trying to slow down this game as much as possible. They get the one gank, they shut down the Jace, and after that, it's just been counter ganks, trying to keep everybody alive, just trying to farm as much as possible, trying to make it to a late game, because we were talking about Jin Air versus ROX before. I think the ROX Tigers took that game to heart, and they're like, hey, we could do that too. How about we add Taric as well? I don't remember who the support was for Jin Air in that game, but imagine all those tanks, and now they're invulnerable for 2.5 seconds. It's going to get pretty intense towards the late game, as long as we try to find a way through the brick wall.
And a lot more posturing continues. Key a little bit dangerous.
Okay, they're looking for mistakes like this. Shockwave is going to force the flash there out of Key. And now Sangyun almost landing that and getting really tunked out here. He's got to be careful, even with that Feather Storm.
Positioning. It's all that matters at this point. If you could get the right kind of damage on the carry, on the solitary squishy member of a tank composition, it makes all the difference. And Longzhu taking that chunk off of Sangyun and transitioning it into Rift Herald, I think they should be able to get this. Yeah, they're going to get this.
Yeah, and this is what the ROX Tigers had to worry about, right? They couldn't give small advantages like this to Longzhu, because you give them an inch, they're gonna take a mile. And so let's see what they can snowball out of this Rift Herald. Sangyun actually wasn't able to go back home. He's still really low on both health and mana. So just trying to stick by. He doesn't even have his ult. In comes Linderong as well as Galio, but they're able to get out of there pretty easily. Cosmic Radiance coming in as well, and now Lava all alone. Don't really have the damage to get through them. That's a nice shockwave, but again, no follow-up. Linderong super low, but the shock blast goes an inch wide and cannot pick up that kill. Now Mighty Bear all alone in the front. You can see just how tanky these guys are. They don't necessarily die, but at least ROX Tigers were able to push them back. With the help of the Rift Herald as well, they do take down mid-turret.
That was actually a 4 versus 5, if I'm not mistaken, because Prey was so late in joining the fight. I mean, he rocket jumped in, tried, putting some auto attacks onto Mighty Bear, but very impressive from the Longzhu, squad, the 4-man squad to actually take on that fight. Let's take a look at it again.
I think Sangyun was, for the most part, out of the fight as well.
True.
I mean, this was basically Linderong trying to get in, and after that first engage didn't go well, they just turned onto the Rift Herald. So
and look at BDD and how close he is to the Cho'Gath. I feel like normally you might want to be a little bit more scared of at least the Feast. But eventually, good join up, link up by Prey, and he goes straight for the turret. So mid lane outer going in the favor of the Longzhu Gaming.
Yeah, so they get a small lead here. They are 2 turrets ahead and only about 1,000 gold though. That's not that much, but Prey is in a spot right now where ROX is tanky, but they're not, you know, tanky to the point where he can't deal with it. So I think he does have an opportunity here in the mid game with the help of the damage from BDD to really begin to blow up some of this front line. And especially if Longzhu can have disengages like the one they just had, where they're able to get out, they're able to use the casts to get to safety, and you know, just have Braum with the Glacial Fissure for the disengage as well, and everybody just flashes out. It's really what they need to do. They just need to get away from these big tanks and not let them get near you. If they can kite for ages, they should be good.
Well, he's farmed, Prey has farmed really well, and I think we just kind of saw a glimpse of the drawback of ROX Tiger's composition. They have the Righteous Glory, they try to speed themselves up, but if they just can't catch up to you, I mean, Longzhu is relatively safe. And
okay, Key, you got out of position for 1 second. BDD is very, very fed right now. He has a Void Staff, so okay, this is kind of interesting, saying, okay, I'm just gonna...
about to, wow.
Able to get out of there with the rocket jump as the silence does lose its effect.
Action going on everywhere, but Longzhu Gaming takes another inner turret. You know, Key getting blown up there, I just have to fault his itemization. He just buys an Ardent Sensor, but that doesn't offer you a lot of tank stats. I think he just wants to... I get the reasoning. I make that, you know, kind of decision all the time. If he gets the Ardent Sensor, the Taric heals, the Taric shields could envelop so many, you know, targets. It might even give the whole team a lot of lifesteal and sustain, but you do lose out as on an individual level, as we just saw there. He just gets deleted.
It means that you can't do stuff like this, especially when you're a walkie. As you said before, you don't have an escape. He doesn't have his flash. He's just going into a brush that has no vision. He almost gets himself in trouble. Really nice mechanics there from Prey, knowing exactly what was coming and actually baiting it out and rocket jumping to safety.
I honestly thought Prey was just dead there. Not sure why Mighty Bear didn't just go for the feast. It feels like he's been holding on to that one for a while now. I think the only time I saw him feast anything was the red buff when he went down.
I saw him feast the Scuttle Crab. So he's definitely been building up stacks. You can see he's getting quite large. He still has yet to use it on a champion, as far as I've seen. So
every fight's a food fight if you're a cannibal.
It's very true. Although I don't know if he's a cannibal because he's not really human.
True.
But he does eat meat, that's for sure.
What is he really?
I think he's a dragon.
I think he's just a monster. I mean...
A monster from the void, perhaps?
Yep. Oh yeah, there it is. A void creature.
Void monster.
And an engage by lava.
Okay, they're trying to get on top of Songyun here.
Good
nice
shockwave.
Key almost goes down, but look at the damage in the back. Songyun, once he comes back from that Feather Storm, he's forced to flash away. Cannot follow up with that damage. Now the rest of the ROX Tigers are on the run.
Tristana's going to rocket jump forward.
He's going for it. What's that kill? He gets one. He's going to jump it again. There's the second. Coming in from behind. Here comes Khan too. The rest of the ROX Tigers are routed out of this fight. And Prey coming in from behind. The big guy on campus makes it in. And the feast comes in. He finally uses it, but it's on a Braum. A little bit too little, too late.
Can they finish? They've got about 20 seconds.
I think they can. It's only going to be the Taric. This is going to be an extremely fast game just because of getting aced there with your inhibitor turret only alive. And wow, okay. That game had basically no action for the longest time, and then one team fight, one mistake out of the Tigers, and Longzhu is going to be able to shut them down and take the 2-0 victory tonight. As ROX Tigers, they're trying to do whatever they can, but they're just trying to make BDD's KDA a little bit better, and the rest of the ROX, or rather Longzhu as well. There's the 2-0, down goes the Nexus, exactly as we expected BDD, or BNU.
Thank you. BNU, I guess.
Yeah.
Hammer to the face to close it out, and I just have to, if I were to point my finger, I would point my finger at K's itemization. He just wasn't tanky. He got caught out, and maybe if he was a little bit, you know, he had a bit more health or resistances, Oriana wouldn't have chunked him out so heavily. It's not like BDD got super ahead either, you know? But in the end, we had so many tanks. We had the makings of like a late game team fighting over and over again, that type of scenario, but that's all it took. And I think that was actually the fastest match we had tonight.
It was about 25 minutes, and it was definitely the fastest tonight. I don't know about the fastest of all time, but definitely a very, very fast one. And the ROX Tigers, they tried.
Yeah.
They you know, they swapped out junglers. They were trying different compositions on the blue side and then the red side. The Taric is kind of underwhelming to me. You know, it has to be played so carefully and so well, right? The timing is it has to be impeccable. You have to basically be like just a timing god in order to make that pick work, and your positioning has to be excellent as well. Not something we saw tonight, that's for sure.
The Mighty Bear substitution really, you know, meant for the Cho'Gath jungle, and I would have also liked to see what happens if ROX Tigers actually won with the Cho'Gath jungle. Does Longzhu ban it, or do they take it for themselves? I mean, the match is over, so it's little point mentioning this, but Cuz has also been playing that Cho'Gath jungle as well.
Everybody picking it up, seeing what they can do with that pick. Let's take a look at some of these plays. So Mighty Bear, he had a nice little gank up in top. Very well played, in fact. Even, well, not that, but Mighty Bear did a good job.
The silence, so huge into the rupture, and even after Khan doesn't get hit by the flag and drag, it does lead up to a kill. It was a good moment for the Cho'Gath jungle, but after that, I don't think he was particularly impressive in other moments.
It's like half the team is dealing with the Rift Herald and half the team is going in alone. It's like just lack of communication and they lack of teamwork for ROX Tigers. You know, you can look at compositions, you can look at, you know, strategy and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, like even the fight in game number 1 where they just let Prey run rampant, it's like there was no communication, nobody to follow them, and Taric ult is just going away as everybody is disengaging.
Exactly.
It's just all over the place right now for the ROX Tigers.
It just felt like the wrong, you know, idea, the wrong behavior to go with, given the composition. Because if he's the first one to get chunked out every single time, how's he gonna use the Taric ult, right? You need to be in range for that. And BDD, again, another 7.3K, you know, doing the highest damage in the game. I wouldn't be surprised if he just gets a solo MVP tonight. And looking at his score, 206. So his KDA continues to climb.
It's pretty ridiculous how consistent this guy can be. Consistently perfect, right? I don't want to say his play was perfect, but he doesn't die. Against these lower level teams, he's just like, no, I'm just not going to die. I'm not going to make any mistakes.
So reliable.
Yeah. That's what you need in the mid lane, right? That's why SKT was so good for so long. They had reliable FLICKR to always carry from the mid lane. Anyway, that's a topic for another time. I'm going to throw it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Hi, we have BDD for the MVP interview. So how was today's match? I was kind of lucky. Every situation was really nice for us. Then how was the team fight? I could see the enemies were in a hurry, so we capitalized on it. But after the first game, you seemed not very satisfied. How did you feel? I wanted to perform more perfectly, but I couldn't, so I wasn't really satisfied. In which part? I think our teamwork wasn't really perfect. What was your plan with the Morgana? So we predicted the Rakan support, so we used Morgana to use E. So I thought it was a counter pick as a shield from the Rakan's CC, so we used it. And you're the one with the least stats among all LCK players. I just stay away from the useless fights. Who would you like to pick as the MVP for the second set? I think Prey. Then let's check out the VCR.
Well, here we go. Checking out the MVP for Game 2. It's BDD again with 100% kill contribution. His shockwaves are a thing of beauty as he plays out just another pick extremely well.
1,100 points means he's tied with Smeb, I believe, right behind Kuro's 1,200. And just looking at how these teams are playing, I feel like it's either going to be Smeb or BDD at the end of the season. But back to the interview.
So it's BDD again. So then, ROX picked Cho'Gath. How did you feel? I've seen them playing it in the solo rank, so I could predict it. But we knew that they only had tankers and no damage dealers, so we could win from it. Talking about Cho'Gath, what kind of change do you expect from the 7.14 patch? I think AD carry will become more stronger due to the item buff, but we're still working on it, so I'm not really sure. What do you think about the LCK teams in rank competition? I'm not really thinking about other teams. I'm just trying to fight well and stay in the first place. Then last word for the season. We're gonna keep on our perfect conditions. Thank you for your support. Any ceremonies for today's win? And this was the end of the interview. Thank you for listening.
BDD going for that. I mean, he's done it before. That's his go-to ceremony, it seems. The gun to the bullet to the dome.
I just love how they're like, oh, can we have a ceremony? Okay. All right. See you later. Bye.
Slightly suicidal in my opinion, but no, if you're a Longzhu fan right now, suicidal is the last thing you're feeling. Longzhu back on top, and look at the points. Another 2-0 victory. KT Rolster, Smeb, or Score said, I want to really catch up in terms of points because I don't want to be tied with these guys and lose out just because of the point difference. Well, sorry, Score. Longzhu, another 2-0 victory. I think that makes it their fourth 2-0 victory in a row and a 6-game winning streak.
Wow.
17 points. And they're getting so close to stamping their name onto this summer split.
Yeah, if I had to pick one team right now to win all of LCK, with SKT falling out and Longzhu looking slightly more solid than KT and Samsung looking a small rung below them, I have to put my eggs in the Longzhu basket from right now. My words could definitely come back to bite me if we see Longzhu face off against some of the stronger teams, such as KT, such as Samsung, and they have a hard time. But as of right now, from this moment right now, I would have to say that Longzhu is looking the best. So
well,
what are you thinking?
Speak of the devil, Brendan Valdez, because Longzhu's next 3 matches, BBQ, KT, and Samsung. So you might expect them to take out BBQ really fast, but that's really just for the comfort of the cushion, right? They want to get ahead. They want those extra 2 points so that when they do face off against KT and Samsung, you want a little bit of leverage.
Yeah, you want to go in there as confident as possible on a 7-series win streak, and I think they can obviously do that. They made quick work of the ROX Tigers tonight, so I think they should do the same against BBQ unless we have some crazy upset. But yeah, as you said before, the big matches are the ones at the end. Like literally match number 90. I think is Longzhu versus Samsung.
Exactly.
So it's going to be a lot of fun.
We might even have a tiebreakers coming back tonight or that night. As it is on a Sunday, we will be seeing the Samsung versus Longzhu match as it happens, and if they end up tied, we might even have a 5th and 6th team down here at the Nexon Arena.
It's definitely possible. Right now, it's the fight for the top, and then like the fight for the middle. For that wild card spot for spot number 5. So, Binu, it was a lot of fun having you on the desk. Just coming in and filling in. Thank you very much once again. As Crumbs unfortunately was sick today, wasn't able to make it.
Me personally, I can't wait to have Crumbs back, but thanks for having me, and that's it for us.
Yeah,
thanks for watching.
We'll see you next time here, guys.
without you, I forget just why.